Good morning, everyone. Just a quick message that will be starting in about 5 minutes from now. So thank you for starting to join us. Thank you.
If everyone could start taking their seats, the event will start in just a few minutes. Good.
And it should go, I don't need to be close.
No, you don't need to stay. You can talk like that.
With people in the room.
Jackson, testing the sound. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Maybe you just...
Because here, if you talk higher,
Okay.
we are going to check. If you need to close,
Hello, everyone. Just a sound test as well. Can you hear me in the last rows? You hear me well? Thank you. So we'll be starting in a minute. Thank you for starting to take your seats. Thank you.
We don't need you to injure yourself. Good morning, everyone. I want to, first of all, thank you for a major accomplishment today. We were very concerned that it was raining quite a bit last night, and you know what happens with rain, apart from a bad hair day, is, participation drops off. But we've got a full house. We're so glad you all are here. We're going to have some pretty amazing conversations with different industry sector leaders, NGO leaders, leaders in various capacities. But as GBBC, I just want to say one thing. This is our 8th year running. And one thing that we are is consistent, because when we say we're committed to certain values and a mission, we want to stick to that. And though it may be that certain SDGs and certain topics may not be flavor du jour this year, but we still think that for those who are committed to working on certain really critical SDGs, it is important and incumbent upon us to all support each other, to continue that work, and to value that work. And so today, you will get a snapshot of a cross-section of that. And many of you here are the GBBC members, supporters, doers, change makers that have allowed us to do things like, I want to show you right here, our first ever published compilation. It's a book called The 101 Real World Blockchain Use Cases. And do you know why we did this? It's all of your use cases in one place, because we wanted to address the question that we got very frequently around the world. What's real in blockchain? What's going on in blockchain? So here we are. This book, by the way, has also been accepted into the Library of Congress. I'm trying to get them to confirm to me that we're the first blockchain handbook to ever be brought into the Library of Congress. We shall see. It's congratulations to you all, especially those who are in this. And if you're not in the 101 real world blockchain use cases 2025 edition, let us know what you're working on, because there will be a 2026 edition. And another thing, this is one that comes full circle. For those who are not familiar, this is a gamoza. And it is also an NFT. There's a QR code here, and there are a bunch if you would like to take. Think of it, I call it a scarf, but you could use it in many different ways. It is from the region of Assam in India. And there's an entire village of Indian weavers, or Assam weavers, who are connected to us now because they made these specially designed GBBC scarves. And there was a bit of a wrinkle last year. I held one up last year because we only had one, because the shipment came into JFK. And because it was missing one small field, got sent all the way back to India. So this thing has done a round trip, and it's now back. It took us a good part of 6 months to get it back into the country. We want to thank Barina Handmade, which is the company that's there that does this. And I will tell you, I don't know that we'll ever meet these weavers, but we are connected to them through this sort of random, but also very purposeful connection of buying and purchasing their scarves that were bespoke made for us, but also their ability to use an NFT technology to be able to share their story. So if you click on the QR code, you will see that you will meet the weavers that made this. So please feel free to take one while they last. And just know there's a bit of history and struggle that went behind bringing these to you. With that, I want to kick off and thank the GBBC team. Please raise your hand if you're in the room for the enormous hard work for putting this together. They're so humble and shy, they're not going to put their hands up, but they should. I've got Emma, Diana, Jackson, Patrick. I think a bunch of them are downstairs. I will tell you this year, I did almost zero to put this together, so I take no credit for having put together an amazing agenda and all of you in this room. So thank you to the team for that. And further, thank you to the UN Joint Staff Pension Fund. For the second time running, we have been afforded the opportunity to collaborate. And Dino, Mirko, Rosemary, who'll be up next, just thank you. Arnold, you're somewhere around here. I want to thank the entire team for the collaboration. And again, we are grateful to you. You are innovators, you are visionaries, and you'll learn a lot more about what the Joint Staff Pension Fund is doing. Over to you, Dino.
Thank you, Sandra. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the United Nations Joint Staff Pension Fund. I am and we are very honored to have all of you today here with us. It's a wealth of knowledge, experience, and competence that we are very pleased to associate with, to learn from your experience and from your wisdom, as well also having opportunity to share with you what we have done and what we're planning to do. My name is Dino GloCha. I'm currently the Chief Information Officer of the United Nations Pension Fund. Just for a few more days, on the 1st of October, I will take up on my new role as a Deputy Chief Executive of the UN Pension Fund. And here I am today to first and foremost introduce, unfortunately, just a video message from Rosemary McLean, our Chief Executive Officer, who could not be here in person for personal commitment, but she recorded a message, an opening remarks that I would like to have start, and then I would just add few words and then hand over to the organizer. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished guests, organizers, and partners. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to the UNJSPF New York office for this important gathering during the UN High-Level Week. Blockchain Central UNGA is a vital platform for collaboration on how emerging technologies can advance global development and institutional transformation. We are proud to host this event at UNJSPF for the second time, as it aligns closely with our mission to modernize and innovate services for our clients. Over 230,000 UN staff, retirees, and beneficiaries worldwide. The UNJSPF modernization program, guided by our CARE strategy, has a clear objective: to deliver secure, efficient, and people-centered services. Let's not forget how technology should always serve humanity and not the other way around. One of the cornerstones of this transformation is our blockchain-based digital identity solution. This innovation empowers our clients with a secure, portable, and verifiable digital identity, enhancing service delivery while safeguarding data integrity and privacy. Our Chief Information Officer and newly appointed Deputy Chief Executive, Dino GloCha, will speak more about it today. Earlier this year, I had the privilege of participating in the World Summit on the Information Society and AI for Good Global Summit in Geneva. I strongly advocated for the responsible use of emerging technologies, including blockchain, to improve public service delivery and institutional resilience. I was proud to share the fund's practical experience in implementing blockchain solutions, not as a theoretical concept, but as a working reality that is already benefiting our clients. As we look ahead, collaboration will be key. Events like Blockchain Central UNGA bring together thought leaders, innovators, and practitioners who can help shape the future of digital governance. I encourage all of you to engage deeply, share openly, and explore new partnerships that can drive meaningful change.
I have prepared.
Thank you again for being here today. On behalf of UNJSPF, I wish you a productive and inspiring session.
From my heart. I really want to thank Sandra, the GBBC, for, again, partnering with us. As I said, we feel very lucky and fortunate to collaborate and associate with such a distinguished community. I recognize a lot of friendly faces here. First and foremost, I would like to acknowledge Scott Stornada, our pioneer of the blockchain technology. I think and I hope also that Stuart Haber will be here today with us. There is Gerard Daché, the Chief Executive Officer of the Government Blockchain Association. There are colleagues from UNICC and former UNICC. There is Elena, there is Carlos from NTT Data, Professor Rajendra from India and Digital Health. There is Professor Roman Beck, a leader in the blockchain in the academia world, May 6 from Innovation Network Canada. There are so many people, and I apologize if I'm missing or forgetting some. There is Miroslav, CEO of GloCha. So there are so many people. I really want to thank you personally for being here and for being part of this community, for allowing us and myself to learn from you and also to give me the opportunity to share with you. I will have 10 minutes to give an update on our digital identity solution that I was honored to be able to present last year. Today, I'm just going to share with you my obsessed auditing focus on identifying potential risk that for today would be on the quantum threats to blockchain. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Dino, and welcome again on behalf of the United Nations Joint Staff Pension Fund. We are here during a very important week, the United Nations General Assembly High-Level Week, and I think there can't be like a more distinguished panel than the upcoming one to tackle one of the most urgent topics on our digital age, which is how to design identity systems that preserve privacy while ensuring inclusivity and accessibility. So this conversation covers several SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, that are part of the UN 2030 agenda. And they are particularly SDG 5 on gender equality, SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and SDG 10 on reduced inequalities. So moderating the discussion is Annelise Osborne, the Chief Business Officer at Hedera. We also are joined by a distinguished group of experts, Scott Stornetta, as mentioned earlier by Dino, the CEO currently of Suremark Digital and co-author of How to Timestamp a Digital Document. We're very pleased to have him here with us, along with Dr. Mark Gerstein, professor at Yale University, and Gregory Strong, partner at Cahill Gordon and Randall LLP. Please join me in welcoming them to the front.
Thank you all for having me. I'm so excited to be here today, one at the UN with GBBC and also with this esteemed panel of experts on digital identity. I just flew in from Boston this morning, and I used Clear, right? So all this biometric data is being captured and is being held private. So I would love for everyone to do introductions and talk a little about how you tie into the space.
Hi, my name is Karen Otoni. I work at Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust. We are a part of the broader Linux Foundation, and we host open source projects and the communities that are building the technologies that are being leveraged in many of the identity, blockchain, digital assets solutions that you see today. So we have a very broad community of developers that actually build the technologies, but then also community members and members as well. So there's lots of examples to draw from.
I'm Scott Stornetta, and a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, I did some of the early blockchain work. In this galaxy, I am currently the CEO of Suremark Digital, which is striving to give everyone in the world an authentic voice in the digital world, allowing them to both protect and project their identity.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Greg Strong. I'm a partner at Cahill, Gordon, and Reindel. I am in our Cahill Next group, which focuses specifically on blockchain and digital assets. I've been sort of a lawyer in this space in private practice since 2018 with my former firm. And before that, I was a regulator. So I worked for the Attorney General's office for the state of Delaware and became involved in some blockchain projects that were being undertaken at the state level. And so this is an incredibly important topic that we're talking about today because I think we're going to increasingly see digital identity become a core component of systems that relate to blockchain. So excited to talk about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Gerstein. I am a professor of biomedical informatics at Yale, and I'm associated with the biophysics and also the statistics and data science departments there. So I focus a lot on applying AI methods to large-scale biomedical data, and I'm very interested in the application of blockchain and also a lot of aspects of biomedical privacy and identity, in addition to lots of, obviously, health research topics, particularly associated with brain diseases. I'm one of the biggest, I should say, one of the biggest impediments in biomedical research is assuring the privacy of the patients while still allowing them to share information with researchers so we can aggregate the data and get lots of important statistical conclusions.
Fantastic. So our prep call actually was very engaged, and I apologize, I have my phone, but we continued to add on to the questions because there was a lot that we wanted to talk about. And also interesting that our host here, we're talking about digital identity that they have pulled in with decentralization. So my question to the panelists first is, what are the challenges that you see with digital identity? And the follow-on to that is, how do you think decentralization will help? Would you like to start, Karen?
Sure. I mean, I think the challenges are pretty easy to identify. We've been having a lot of identity issues. If anyone has experienced any sort of scam, fraud, do you want to speak into the mic? If anyone has been part of any data leak, you understand very much the challenge with centralized identity systems. And so, as we move forward into this future where not only are we more digital, but we're also now incorporating potentially non-human things that need to be identified. The importance of having the less centralization, less holding of the data within institutions, and more control at the individual level becomes more and more important. And that's where decentralized identity systems come into play and can offer that sort of a design and infrastructure with privacy preserving, where privacy is not an opt-in option, but by default, and also offer solutions that allow us to share our identity in ways that are very nuanced. I'll kick it off there.
Again, let me just speak to the word decentralization, which is, there are many different benefits that people ascribe to decentralization, but for me, the central one is the same thing that Dr. Haber and I applied when we were trying to initially create what we called immutable records at the time. And that is, by taking trust away from a trusted third party and spreading the responsibility out to the entire community by creating essentially events that the entire world witnesses. That's really in my estimation, the most significant aspect of the benefit of decentralization. We're collectively shouldering a burden and thereby creating a new kind of value that simply didn't exist until 20 plus years ago. And we can do the same, we can bring that same community force to bear when it comes to identity.
I think from a legal perspective, these comments raise really interesting questions because most of our systems of, regulating handlers of data are focused on those trusted intermediaries in sort of legacy systems. So that's true with respect to data protection. It's also true with respect to the application of many other laws, securities laws. And so from a regulatory perspective, I think shifting to a system based on user control that eliminates third-party intermediaries can solve some of the issues that Karen was raising, but it's really going to require regulators to think differently about what the appropriate regulatory framework looks like for that type of a new system. And people are working on this, but it's also complicated. And so I think that'll take some time to sort of iron out. And as I think standards develop, what we'll see is we'll see regulatory regimes that are focused on what are the standards, and then are sort of the issuers of verifiable credentials meeting those standards, and are the actual verifiers able to do what they're supposed to do on their end. But I'm sure we'll talk more about all those concepts as we go forward.
Hi, so I'm going to talk about centralized information in relation to biomedical information. Now, in one sense, using biomedical information, your iris scan, your DNA, is kind of a seductive thing because it's very easy. Everyone has it. It identifies people precisely, at least to some degree, and it's very easy to use. However, I do think people should think about the implications of this, particularly if there's centralized control of this information. One of the key aspects, of course, is that whereas you can replace your credit card, your bank statement, whatnot, you can't change your biomedical information, or you can't change your iris, you can't change your DNA, and so forth. And and other things that people don't realize as much, but I think are worth mentioning, is that a lot of this information you pass on to your descendants. So if you make a decision about who you're going to share that information with, or if that information gets hacked, it's a decision that implicates your descendants as well as yourself, which is kind of scary. And there's also this notion that a lot of this information, in addition to being identifying of people, is also very characterizing. So for instance, the digital identifiers that might characterize a person's DNA, in addition to identifying them, will also say, oh, is that person at risk for mental illness? Is that person at risk for cancer? Whatnot. And maybe we don't want that type of thing kind of being involved with identification. So those are some of the issues that I'm particularly keen on.
So taking that a step further, so 23andMe, if you remember, about biomarkers,
Yeah.
and then it went into default. I was always concerned because what happens if I do have a genetic issue and I can't get health insurance because it was a pre-existing condition, because there was some idea. So thinking about this from a privacy perspective, so how can we, the world is becoming more digital, how can we guarantee privacy with this digital identity? Who would like to start? Scott, would you like to start?
Oh, sure. I finally see Dr. Haber has appeared, so I think maybe I'll say something trivial and then defer to him, perhaps. Well, again, a phrase that we use at Shermark is that we are trying to both protect and project your identity. And I think everyone agrees that it really comes down to you being in control of what you choose to disclose when and in what setting. Because I think it's clear to all of us that the ultimate goal is not to simply keep everything secret, okay? Because then you never know who you're interacting with. And so it's more about having the ability to be selective in what you choose to disclose or not disclose. going to Mark, right? I'm sorry. Going to Mark's point, you can't pull back your DNA once it's out, it's out. And so you want to ground things in what is unique about you, but you want to reserve the right to selectively disclose them at your discretion. And I think that's, rather than say privacy is the goal, I would say selective disclosure under the control of the individual. I know that's a lot more letters than privacy, but to me, that's really the goal. Stuart?
In our community, we have a couple of projects. One is Hyperledger Anon Creds, which is an anonymous credential project that allows, that incorporates the technology of zero knowledge proofs, which is something that allows you to verify something without revealing the information. And so it's a key element of privacy in many different solutions, but especially in identity as well, that enables selective disclosure because you can provide these verifiable proofs of whatever it is that you are needing to verify, and the source information, though, stays with you. Whoever the holder is. And so that's one example that's being used in quite a few projects in the identity space. It's an agnostic technology. You can use it with any sort of other, if you're using blockchain, any other ledger. Another project that we have that also is a privacy preserving solution is Credible. This was developed by a company in India and is being used currently in the national ID system for Bhutan and Papua New Guinea. And so not only is it privacy preserving, leveraging the same technologies, but I think what's also important here is that any identity solution needs to be also used at scale. And so you need to be able to interoperate. That's where standards come in, using open standards, but also be able to do privacy at scale. And that is sometimes one of the challenges as well.
So would that present itself as an example on your phone, like an ID on your phone
Yeah.
for the citizens?
Yeah, and there's a whole system that's infrastructure that's a part of it. You also need trusted registries as well. So you need to have those who are engaged in the system with the user to also be, you essentially permission, right? The people who can verify, or the institutions that can verify as well.
Greg, what about from a legal perspective?
Yeah, from a legal perspective, I think it's goes back to what I was mentioning earlier around how does the verifier have confidence that what's being presented to them meets the standards and like potentially meets what the law requires or what regulations require. And I think as we see sort of a regulatory shift to adapt to this framework, we're going to see a real focus on standard setting and also a focus on facilitating this activity by providing safe harbors. So when certain actions are taken, a verifier will be able to rely on a credential that's being provided to them without a risk of sort of a regulatory action. And so I expect that that's how things will evolve. One other sort of point that I just wanted to make is I think when we talk about sort of like selective disclosure of attributes, all of this technology makes it very easy to really tailor a user-controlled disclosure to very specific circumstances. And so like the example that gets used time and again is Greg is 22 years old and wants to go have a drink and doesn't want to provide like my entire address, driver's ID number, and all of that stuff. A verifiable ID would allow me to present something to get into the drinking establishment that verifies that I'm over the age of 21, but doesn't disclose my other information. That's a very sort of simple example. There are other examples where other data elements might be required. And I think that's where sort of the use of zero knowledge proofs and also potentially multi-party computation come into play. And I think, Mark, on the prep call, one of the things that you were talking about is how sort of different data elements by themselves may not be identifying, but as you sort of aggregate different data elements, you can really construct an identity to the extent that the actual underlying data is being disclosed. And so I don't know if that you want to pick up on that.
Sure. No, I appreciate your mentioning that. So that's a very important point. One of the things people don't appreciate is the notion of this idea of a quasi-identifier. And a quasi-identifier is a kind of identifier that's constructed from putting together a lot of bits of information. And people are constructing these all the time. I mean, this is actually how often we're tracked on the web and so forth, by putting together all these little bits of information. And that it's a very powerful thing. But of course, it can compromise our privacy. And I think what people don't realize also is that as we share more and more information, as it goes from just sharing your age to sharing, thousands of bits of information related to, say, a face scan or, your DNA or whatnot, it becomes progressively easier to construct these quasi-identifiers. I did want to say something also about the privacy and the centralization that I think is worthwhile is, obviously I'm an advocate for privacy, and most of the people here, well, privacy is a good thing. But I do think people should realize that privacy is actually bad in a lot of contexts. And in medical research particularly, we see the downside of privacy. You might say, what's the downside? Well, the downside is if there's privacy, we can't do research. We can't develop, all these wonderful health advances. Because one of the clearest things that happens in biomedical research is people realize that if there's a lot of information shared, you get power. And I'm not talking about political power. I'm talking about statistical power. If you aggregate 100,000 or 1 million people, you can find out things about the group that you can't find out about the individual. And so that's good for our health, unquestionably good for our health. And privacy hurts that. It really does in a very direct way. It degrades the ability to do useful medical research. And I think, in this particular domain, there's really a yin and yang here. We don't want too much privacy because it's going to hurt us, and it's something to think about.
So that kind of brings us into ethics. So what should we be thinking about from both a technical perspective and an ethical perspective with self-sovereign identity? Let's start, Mark, why don't we start with you and go down this way, even though you just finished.
Sure.
Violates the rules of volleyball here.
Okay, have the ball, I'll pass it back there. But, I do think, I'm not an ethicist, and I really am not, and I don't know all the subtle issues here, but I do think it's important to draw these people into the conversation because fundamentally, what this has to do is it's trading off a risk for an individual person when they give up a little bit of their information for the benefit of the group. And a lot of times the benefit of the group is very useful. The reality is we all love, the amazing thing that Google does, with the search, but there it is, a little bit of personal privacy is being traded off with the collective good. And we actually like that. We all are willing to make that trade. And I think a lot of people, if you're a cancer patient, you're like, I'm willing to make the trade. Please take my information, get me a cure. And a lot of people want to make this type of trade. And, I think how to think about it appropriately and ethically, I think is a hard question. I'm not up for that, but I think people should think about it. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think that comes back to this concept of user control and allowing users to decide when they want to provide their information and to whom they want to provide their information, and doing that in a way that is both, privacy preserving, but at the option of the user to disclose, elements of their data that they want to disclose, for example, in connection with medical research, for example. I also think that on the flip side, when you combine, data disclosure, especially sensitive data disclosure, with a very transparent record maintained on a blockchain of activities, and there's an association between those data elements and the blockchain activity, you've created a very powerful surveillance tool. And I think that as we think about how digital identity moves forward, it's very important to try and balance, user-controlled privacy interests with some of the other considerations that Mark was talking about.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, two thoughts on that. One, obviously, ethics really means getting to the heart of what it means to be human. And two thoughts on that. One, 22-year-old Greg wants to have a drink, but doesn't want you to know his license number. Obviously, the deeper question is, why does 22-year-old Greg feel the need to have a drink?
I'm not going to answer that.
That needs to be left to him, but slightly more seriously, I remember being on, I guess it was this previous panel that Dino had hosted either here or in Geneva, where people were asking, well, now that AI has such power, what should AI ethics be? And my response was, AI ethics should not be anything new. It should be grounded back in the agency and choice of humans. And either that point is profound or it's stunningly obvious. I really think it's more the former. And I just was struck, as I mentioned this the last time, that the previous Pope to today's Pope made that exact point in how should we frame the AI question. And I think, to me, the point is, however we handle the ethics, let's make sure that they remain human ethics and human moral choice, not passing the buck off to some system or program or bot.
Here, here. From a technology standpoint, I think from an ethical lens, I think accessibility is important. If we are going to build solutions, it shouldn't be solutions for just people in New York City. So there should be accessibility for all people to benefit and leverage identity solutions that are privacy preserving. Like, we don't want to create a situation where, a portion of the population is still using Google and having their data taken for free, and there's an elite system of groups where everyone is using near zero knowledge proofs and their data has selective disclosure, right? That's not fair. And so I think there's whatever is being designed needs to be designed for all. And in a way that is maybe not necessarily always requiring the internet or things like that. Open governance and open standards are also very important here, because anything that's really designed with a small group or institutions or organizations has blind spots, or may be exclusionary. And so, in our community, we're an open source community. Anyone can participate, use the technologies, have a voice, be involved. And I think when you have these sort of systems being designed with that kind of a structure in mind, what comes out of it is more likely to be ethical.
So since Scott brought it up and we're going to run out of time, I want to move ahead to the AI world. I read a book called Your Face Belongs to Us, and it really talks about Clearview AI. So on those notes, so with the AI decision-making, how do we, from a privacy perspective, this is like two different approaches to the question. So one is, how do we not perpetuate bias with the digital identity inclusive of AI? But then the other is, the importance of digital identity systems in a world where AI-generated content is increasingly prevalent and difficult to detect. How do we deal with that? So you can choose kind of either one. I just think this is a super interesting question because it's going to come more and more.
I'll take that real quick. So there's one thing I kind of was reacting to was that, yes, it should be based on humans, but humans are not that ethical all the time. So I don't know if that's the best model, but we should improve that model. And so, you know, I think it's about like, how do we go beyond what our current systems are? We have a project called Trust Over IP within LF Decentralized Trust that is working on that specifically and sort of creating a nutrition facts of pictures or images or videos, et cetera, that will give you the essentially the origin and trail of what those things are, because it is hard to detect and we need to have some sort of a essentially identity system, right? That allows us to understand where these things come from, where they originate from. And so that's something that's really significant that I think could be relevant for this.
Scott, what about your ideas with your company and all that you do?
I'm sorry, you're asking me to make a sales pitch?
Well, you've thought about this, right?
I have thought about
Yes.
this. You know, it's a little known fact that I was working in AI before Stuart and I started working on the blockchain. Actually, the first dissertation issued by Stanford on neural networks was mine, which either makes me important or old. Or whatever. You know, the two things that I think AI is a terrific thing. Let me just be on record as saying that, and everyone's going to benefit. But there are some rough around the edges problems that it creates, and the two things that we focus on at SureMark are: how do I know who I'm speaking with, and how do I know who made the content I'm viewing? And notice, it's not so much about is it real or synthetic, but it's about tracing it back to what human is willing to take responsibility for what they're saying to me on the phone or the content that they've created.
I think just to pick up on that, as AI, technology advances, it's going to become more and more difficult for regular people to discern what is AI-generated content versus what is not. And I think that is going to lead to a lot of interesting legal issues. And I think there are, platforms like SureMark and other people thinking about, how do we know that there is a real person on the other end of some conversation or some content? And there's an interesting blockchain-based project called World, which is controversial, but they are attempting to identify people and provide proof of personhood through their technology. And so I think in concept, being able to verify that you're dealing with a real person versus not is going to become very important in our future. So I'm sure we'll see a lot further development as far as that goes.
Mark?
Sure. Well, I'm very interested in AI, and I'd also like to put myself into the AI enthusiast camp. But I also share a lot of the worries that other people on the panel have pointed out. And I just want to add to a few things. First of all, people talk a lot about giving individuals control. Okay, and they can make decisions. But the truth is, most people don't understand the decision they're making. They don't understand the real privacy implications of letting their information out, and they can't appreciate it in this world of AI. And if you allow your voice to be recorded for a short amount of time, do you realize that that can be used to synthesize a speech, of course, that you are supposed to
Could you just say that one more time? And
Yeah, no, I'll say it again. So let me repeat that again. Yeah, and I think that's a big issue. And in relation to that, another issue that people don't appreciate is they talk about privacy leakage, from databases. But now with AI, there's a new thing, and it's called model leakage. And the idea is if we train this huge model with trillions of parameters, the model, it doesn't leak your information the same way that a database does, but it can tell things about you kind of surreptitiously in a kind of strange way, you know what I'm saying? And this, again, is a very new, unregulated type of thing that people are just confronting now.
So many more questions, but we have to wrap it up because we're done with time. But thank you. I really enjoyed listening to all the panelists. So thank you. Please thank the panelists.
Thank you very much. It's now time for our next panel.
Oh, I appreciate that. Oh, I appreciate that.
Don't do that. I'm so worried about the same microphone. I take on my family on top of it. The idea of someone Yes. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be great. Yes. Yes. Look at this. Definitely. Yes. Hi, how are you? Great to see you. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, we're going to start. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll now invite our next panel to join this podium, please.
Michael, you may want to say that way your name is. Photo documentation.
I think they can tell. I mean, they're apart from us. I will print out the fact card, so. You know, I usually say to
All right, thank you very much. We are now with our next panel. Our next panel examines the role of frameworks in strengthening institutional trust. Excuse me, everyone. Thank you.
Put the fact card.
Thank you all. So time for our second super interesting panel today. We are going to discuss capital markets, risk mitigation frameworks, and why it's important. The panel will examine the role of frameworks in strengthening institutional trust and also readiness for the digital asset adoption. So we will have a focus on 2 SDGs in this panel, SDG 8 on decent work and economic growth, SDG 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. So this conversation will highlight why the capital markets risk mitigation framework, which the GBBC is also pushing forward alongside all other industry leaders also present in this room, why it's essential in addressing operational, governance, and reputational risks in today's evolving capital markets. So moderating the discussion is Amina Turgulova, Regulatory Advisor at GBBC, whom I welcome. And she's joined by an expert group of leaders, Otto Nino of DTCC, Jorgen Oknanine of Euroclear, Wei-Ming Chun of Avalabs, and Michael Wagner of Oliver Wyman. So please join me in welcoming them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and it's a great pleasure to welcome you all today to this fantastic panel discussion. My name is Amina Torgulova, Regulatory Advisor for GBBC, and today I'm a proud moderator of this distinguished panel. And as institutional adoption is growing and the public blockchains have been onboarded by the financial institutions, there is a pure need for the risk mitigation framework. The first phase of capital markets risk mitigation framework, which was an industry-led initiative, has been completed in July, and currently the document is open for public consultation until October 3rd. If you haven't yet familiarized yourself with this document, please scan the QR code on the back of your badge. And for those of you who are watching us online, please follow the link in the live stream chat. Before we start, I would like to ask our panelists to introduce themselves. Otto, may we start with you?
Hello, everybody. My name is Otto Niño. I'm a Technical Business Development Director at DTCC for Digital Assets.
Hey everyone, Wee Ming Chun, Chief Legal Officer at Ava Labs. At Ava Labs, we develop software to help others use the blockchain. We also provide infrastructure services for businesses to be able to take advantage of the blockchain.
And I'm Michael Wagner. I'm a partner at Oliver Wyman. We advise our clients on the adoption of blockchain and the change of business models that comes along by using blockchain.
And I'm Jürgen Waknin. I'm the Global Head of Innovation and Digital Asset for Euroclear. I usually like to say when I'm in the US that Euroclear is the DTC of Europe. We do custody and settlement for over 40 trillion of euros, and we process every month around the world GDP on our books.
Thank you for joining us today and sharing your perspectives. And Michael, may we start with you? Let's talk about the origins of the capital markets risk mitigation framework. What needs does it solve for the digital assets ecosystem?
Yes, I think 1 year ago, more or less 1 year ago, we all sat down in the capital markets group and basically said, blockchains are good for capital markets. Why aren't they broader adopted? What is holding back tokenization? And as you also probably remember, the Basel Committee had just issued its view that permissionless blockchains are dangerous. They need to be capitalized very highly. So the group basically looked at it and said, why don't we aim to understand what is similar to today's world and what is different in the terms of risks that blockchains bring, and how does it fit into the risk framework that most financial institutions are using, in the hope that, and the hope really was dual. One was to explain to regulators that actually these risks can be managed, that we are in a position to understand and manage and control these risks today with today's tools. And then secondly, hoping to get more financial institutions to look at blockchain as a way to improve their businesses and as a way to increase their use of capital markets products, use of tokens, and so forth. So those were the dual goals. And then we set off as a relatively large working group of L1s, financial institutions, and FMIs, who are big intermediaries in this whole process. So we basically looked at it and we came up with the RMF, so the risk management framework for non-financial risks, that basically lays out how institutions could be incorporating the risks that emanate from blockchains into their business and control framework so that they could actually use and adopt them.
And Otto, would you like to share your perspective of why DTCC has become an essential part of this risk mitigation framework?
Of course. Well, as you may know, as FMIs, we help the industry in managing the risk, right? That is our main mandate, and provide the tools that will help understand this risk and give the tools to manage it and mitigate it. So this was a great addition to the framework that we have been institutionalizing for decades. But in this new era where it requires more diligence and more logic, I would say, in analyzing what are the securities that we're guarding and for whom, right? Guarding the value of the assets for the industry and for the investors is one of the main drivers of moving into digital.
Thank you. That's definitely sets the stage and answers some of the questions why behind this effort. Otto, may we stay with you and may I ask you about the institutional lenses, what challenges and advantages do institutions see in adopting blockchain technology and tokenization?
Well, there's several. We have been discussing in the preparation for this all the angles, but I think the one that is most apparent right now and hard to deal with is that conversion of the processes. And let me explain what I mean by that. We come from a TradFi or the traditional finance rails where the processes were the ones that mandated even the shape of the assets or how we will operate around them, right? Stakeholders will operate around the process that was created for that security. In digital assets, that's turned around. In digital assets, the process is within the asset. The data becomes the DNA of the asset, and all those processes, ancillary services, stakeholders that used to come after the asset was issued need to become part of the design of the asset, right? We need to think ahead how that asset will be post-traded, will be managed for traceability, will be managed for reporting. So it's a change in the logic of how you go about the business of creating assets, maintaining assets, and processing assets. And I think that's a challenge because we come from a traditional financial culture of following the standard and adjusting to the standard. Now there is no standard, right? That's one thing. The other thing is the translation in terms of not only the languages and the coding and those, which of course poses some challenges, but the translation from that traditional finance where the rights of the investor, the rights of the ownership of the asset were very well guarded in a specific structure with legal contracts, with authorities and hierarchies. That is completely broken down now, right? Now is much more difficult to trace the ownership of an asset when it has gone through several layers of transactions through different ledgers, not layers, right? Networks, and it probably has been wrapped into a different code. There's so much more layers that need to be understood that is hard to digest for whomever has been traditionally working in a specific way, right? So in our case, for example, move all the processes where we have involvement with accounts and banks and custodians and the Fed, and is really have to move a whole machinery to adopt across the board this new technology. But there's only one way to do it, right? Which is getting into it. I think those are two of the many challenges that I could mention, but I'm sure that we have experienced one more.
Thank you, Otto. Jorgen, would you like to share your perspective?
Yeah, sure. First of all, coming back to the risk mitigation framework, I think that more than just a great work, it's a very strong signal to the market. When you see this kind of work coming out, it means we are closer and closer to actually, scale and adoption, which has been missing for some time. And fair to say that this kind of work for institutions like Otto mentioned, like, we're super regulated, we're trusted. I wouldn't say it's part of the business as usual, but if you look back at all the major changes over the past decades, we have had to adopt the way we think about new technology, new business. Look at the cloud. At the beginning, it was a big challenge. It was, on-prem, then, it was only private cloud. Now it's public cloud, and it comes with new non-financial risk as well. So how do you adapt the way you operate to the ever-evolving, changing world? So now it's the moment of blockchain here. And we see clearly that, there has been, I like to be a bit provocative. So sometimes, people finding excuses not to scale and adopt. And at the beginning, it was, there's no liquidity. So somehow the liquidity challenge has, progressed significantly and has been somehow solved, I would say. Interoperability was a challenge. People are working on that. Now people say, we need cash on chain. Well, guess what? It's coming. And now the question is about standards and exactly the work we're doing. So I think, combining all that together shows clearly that the TradFi and the DeFi and all the regulators as well are coming together and saying, we need this kind of work to be able to progress in concrete implementation to get the industries ready inside each company to have the proper frameworks to be able to scale and adopt more digital asset going forward.
Thank you. These are all excellent points about opportunities and challenges, and that naturally brings a question of trust, how regulators, institutions will trust in the systems we are building. May I address this question to you?
Yeah, sure. So the risk mitigation framework, when I first heard about it, wasn't quite sure what to think about it because I'm not traditionally a risk person. But as I dove into it, I realized what was most useful, at least from my perspective as a lawyer and a technologist, is that it has actual mitigations proposed for each of the risks that it identifies. And this goes a very long way towards dispelling misconceptions that regulators, users, businesses have about the technology. Michael mentioned sort of the Basel III Committee's view that if banks were to use public blockchains to tokenize their assets, they'd be subject to much higher sort of capital reserve requirements. I think the last number I saw was it'd be subject to a maximum percentage of 1,250%. And that basically makes it something like 12 times more expensive to issue a stock on a public blockchain than you do sort of a traditional, DCCC style custody and ledger system. So it's unfortunate, right? Because it allows sort of arguments like that to be put forward without real discussion around ways to sort of mitigate that. But if you look at the framework, they come up with some very concrete suggestions. The Basel Committee basically says banks should know every node on a network, which I think we acknowledge is fairly difficult to do. But the mitigations in the framework talk about things like perhaps financial institutions should run their own validator nodes, right, so that they can see the data happening in real time as transactions happen on chain. They should diligence the service providers that run nodes on their behalf or provide infrastructure services so that they can bring the business on chain. So I think a lot of these mitigations really cultivate trust because we've got sort of a scientific approach to responding to concerns that regulators or the public may have. And perhaps, 3 to 5 years ago, it was okay to sort of, bandy around these misconceptions and sort of, get stuck in these discussions. But it's 2025, with a whole new world. That technology has clearly proven itself. BlackRock has a money market fund that's tokenized, right, called BIDL. Lots of banks have done public bond issuances and experimented with launching stocks on chain. So I think it's time to sort of look at the benefits of tokenization. There's, plenty. But just on sort of like transparency, when a stablecoin issuer issues more stables, you can see exactly what the supply is of circulating stablecoins. You can sort of see where they sit in what wallets. If they're moved, that becomes monitorable as well. And so it makes TradFi work in a more secure way because if you are pledging your assets on chain, you can see which wallet it sits at, right? Who sort of has control of those wallets, for example. So I think that the mitigation framework really goes a pretty long way to getting folks to understand that there is trust built into the system, but here's an additional layer of understanding the risk and how to deal with it.
Thank you, Emin. Of course, building trust is clearly fundamental. Let's now explore how traditional market players actually practically implement blockchain in the existing frameworks and what type of misconceptions the RMF is helping to address. Michael, can we go back to you?
Yeah, I think, again, let's just look at how financial institutions manage risk, right? So there is a standard framework that people use, that they have been using for, I think Jorgen mentioned cloud adoption, but I would say when financial services became digital in the late 90s, actually these frameworks were started to be adopted and evolved, and they have been evolving. So there is a risk framework that most financial institutions use for non-financial risks. It has been continuously updated to incorporate new things that have been happening. And under this risk framework sits a controls framework, which actually show you or make it transparent how an institution actually manages and handles individual risks that may come from processes, that may come from technology. So there's a clear taxonomy there as well. And we use that and basically fit it into the standard framework that banks or other financial institutions can now say, here's the framework and here's how it fits into how I'm doing things today, right? And it gives me a clear path on how to evolve what I'm doing today into tomorrow. So I think that's really the strength of the framework because it fits some of these new risks, and some of the risks are new because blockchain is a more community-driven technology. It's also open source, but we understand open source. I think the community-driven aspect will require some further evolution, but I think that also can be handled.
Thank you. Jorgen, may I ask your perspective as well?
I would say one of the misconceptions I would like to address is that incumbents are not innovative enough. I think, if you look back at everything that happened, and you mentioned a few over the last decades, we have been able to support the growth of capital markets throughout thick and thin, throughout any kind of innovation, and even any kind of crisis. And tomorrow is going to be no different. The challenge we see today is more the pace of innovation. I would almost be a bit caricatural if I say that, every 6 months you have a new trend. It was DLT, then AI, then quant, then it's coming back, and it's in cycle. What we see now, it's quite some resiliency in the fact that digital assets is not an if, it's a when, and we are addressing the what and the how currently. And we have to recognize that while we are progressing, I think, all the major institutions and FMIs are doing things in production. The time of siloed experimentation and the time of, trying to do things on the side is over. And what will work is the big partnerships and being able to bring people together. And when you look at the nature of the institution that we are, we basically are this connector of the markets. So because we already do that and we make the money flow between issuers and investors and with all the intermediaries for traditional assets, there's no reason why we should leave the digital assets on the side. And we should basically allow the combination of best of both worlds. So clearly that's a way we are going. And today we see strong support and I would say a combination of the three magical things that you need together to get scale and adoption. I talk a lot about scale and adoption because these are key. You have regulatory clarity, you have technological readiness, and you have client demand. And we believe we can play a key role in all that because I think that DTCC has over 100 trillion in custody. We do have a 40. And if you look at the full crypto world, it's 4 trillion. So we have a big role to play in actually being able to connect everything and have an industry-led discussion rather than a tech-led discussion.
Also, would you like to
Well,
add?
misconceptions, you get me into the subject.
Yeah.
Joy mentioned something that I think has done harm and is slowly moving away, but that confusion between crypto and digital securities has done a lot of damage, created a lot of expectations on the wrong direction. That has to be redirected, not by being tokenized or by being digitized, and as it becomes equally risky as a cryptocurrency, right? That has to be disappearing. The second is the conception that blockchain and digitization is a technology problem. It's a technology subject that the technology teams should solve. Is not, right? I go back to the stakeholdership involvement. The risk management is the same. It just needs to be understood. Contracts are now smart contracts, right? So there's logic behind it that lawyers, attorneys within our legal counsels, compliance, everybody needs to be involved in how that construction goes. It's not a technology problem. And the third one is, we keep saying and hearing, is the future. It's not the future, it's the present. It's here, right? We need to learn it now, and it's going fast. So those are three misconceptions that I think this helps clarify, because when you read the RMF, you see how close we are and have been to the same dynamics that we are now applying on blockchain, right? And that calls into, like Jorgen said, collaboration. We cannot continue working in silos. It's not the markets, it's not Europe, it's not the US, it's the blockchain, right? So that interoperability, that openness by open source coding, by collaboration, by implementation and interoperability is necessary.
Speaking of collaboration, we mentioned earlier that RMF has been developed in a close collaboration of the industry leaders. So how should the industry cooperate together in order to make this RMF effective? Would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, I think the industry is already coalescing around sort of best practices for various types of risks. For example, the cybersecurity front, code audits are very standard. That's one of the mitigations that's recommended in the risk framework. And there are many providers now that provide code audits and they're happy to publish their findings and review the findings periodic cadence. And I think we see privacy preserving technology as a very important request as well from the industry. Understandably, while transparency is useful, it's good to be able to selectively decide when something should be made transparent versus confidential. And so this, I think the last panel spoke a fair bit about different types of privacy technology and approaches. At Ava Labs, we have a cloud service that we provide that comes with some privacy options. For example, we have encrypted transactions so that you can see a transaction has happened, but you can't see the amounts or necessarily the addresses that it transacts between. And we're seeing a lot of uptake. We've done projects with a number of banks and even sort of upstart fintech companies, and they very much want to move in this direction.
Thank you. Jorgen, would you like to add your perspective on collaboration, how to make these risk standards more effective?
I think collaboration goes beyond the pure risk standards. And I think, having this group of companies and what GBBC has been able to bring together in the ARM effort is quite unique. If you look back a few years ago, these people would live next to each other, but not necessarily collaborate. And now we know, it's a bit caricatural, but it's like one big thing. We recognize the DeFi, the TradFi, we recognize the conversions, we recognize the differences, we recognize how we should work together. And it comes to this kind of work saying, it's quite interesting, I think. And I remember the first kickoff meeting, we were like trying to figure out what was the right space, etc., for this collaboration. And definitely it goes beyond. And, we have been collaborating with DTCC, Clearstream as well, when it comes to supporting the greater good of the market for adoption, developing the digital asset securities control principle. So I think, collaboration is part of the DNA and it's just accelerating today, but it has to come with a purpose and value for the clients and the ecosystem.
Thank you all. Clearly, collaboration is at the heart of it. So let's look ahead. Let's see what might be the future of institutional adoption of blockchain technology. And I would like to address the question to all of you. So Jorgen, maybe we'll continue with you
Again, I would quote Otto, to be honest. It's not about the future, it's the present. I think, you will see some clear acceleration in all the companies going to production. Always, our go to production is a safe and gradual way together with the regulator and the clients to make sure that we don't build something for the purpose of building it, but we build because it brings value and it's going to be used.
Yeah, I would say people always on network technologies, which this is, talk about a tipping point, right? I think we are relatively close because what we talked about today, makes it easy, explains how to use it. A lot of people are looking at it, implementing it. There's still some experimentation going on, but I think generally people recognize now's the time to actually build and scale. So I think we are, if next year probably there will be a lot more actually happening with actual securities and a lot of transaction happening.
Yeah, I agree. In the last couple of months, we've seen two large fintech companies launch their own blockchains. Right? Stripe has one for payments. Circle, Stablecoin Issuer also is launching one. So I think they're gearing up for what they expect to be a lot of demand for stables, which I think will enable other types of tokenization that rely on stables as a medium of payment. And so I think the benefit of the risk mitigation framework with respect to this type of development is that it allows large public companies or even just any large enterprise to be able to talk about risk in a very sophisticated way, right? We look at sort of disclosures that public companies file in their annual reports, and so rather than just list out 10 pages of risk factors, they can talk about how they try to mitigate these risk factors. And I think for users and investors, that's very helpful because it allows us to make an informed choice about how they're approaching the different types of risks.
Well, I'm always against saying the future, but I do see a future where there is full interoperability. There's no more silos in terms of ledgers, because we move from silos in terms of jurisdictions and type of markets and assets to now being segregated by ledgers and languages, right? That should disappear. I'm hoping, that's my hope, that will disappear, because then it's really one single market where all the assets can be treated equally. And to the subject of the UN today, right, that is really sustainable.
Well, this is all a very compelling vision of what lies ahead. And thank you so much for this insightful conversation. I just want to repeat again that the phase 1 of the RMF has been completed and published. It's available for public consultation until October 3rd. We are going to start the second phase soon, and it will be completed by the end of the year, and next year we will continue with the third phase, which will be focused on the native digital assets. If you have any questions about RMF, we have our experts here, and I'm happy to answer your questions as well after this panel. Thank you so much, and a round of applause to our distinguished.
Eloquently. You manage it eloquently.
Center.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, we've got Superintendent Harris here from the New York Department of Financial Services. So please settle in, go have a seat, and take the conversations, please, outside. Appreciate it. She's got a very tight schedule, so we want to make sure that we pack it in with the time that we've got with her. All right, well, first of all, welcome. And
Thank you.
so glad to have you. Guys, can you move out, please? Okay. One thing, we're going to dive into a number of different topics, but I want to actually start off with just a little bit of level setting. Could you please, just for the audience, in case everyone's not familiar with the mandate of NYDFS,
Yeah.
could you just articulate
Yeah,
that?
well, first, thanks for having me. Also, I would not mess with you. You could be a regulator. You can come. So the New York State Department of Financial Services oversees basically all the financial services in the state here, including a couple thousand banking institutions and credit unions, 15 GSIBs, 120 foreign banks. We oversee all insurance, health, life, and P&C. For a long time, we've been the only prudential regulator of crypto. We're glad to have some federal partners coming online. I know we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Student lending, mortgage servicing, pharmacy benefit managers, money transmitters, you name it, we oversee it to the tune of about 10 trillion in assets in our regulated entities.
No small job,
Small feat.
that's for sure.
Yeah.
And on the digital asset side, you've really spent some time building up the team.
Yeah.
How many do you have right now
Yeah.
working on digital assets?
Yeah, so we have a virtual currency team of about 60 people. When I came into the department now 4 years ago,
Right.
it's about 3 people. So we've done quite a lot of work hiring there and throughout the department. I'm pretty sure, you'll keep me honest, I think it's maybe the largest crypto regulatory unit in the world with 60 professionals. And that doesn't include the folks in our general counsel's office and our enforcement division who also do quite a bit of work in the space. So it's a great team.
That is impressive,
Yeah.
a brain trust of that many people sitting
Yeah.
in one organization.
Yeah.
So let's dive into, a lot has changed since the last year that I saw you and we spoke. With this current administration's stance on digital assets, what is your perspective on sort of where we are?
Yeah, yeah. I think we've been working for a long time with Congress, with the last administration, with this administration, on making sure there's a good federal framework in place. As I said, DFS has been regulating the space since 2015. You have to have a license, either a BIT license or a limited purpose trust charter to do virtual currency business activity in the state of New York. We have full scope supervision and examination, obviously enforcement authority, but we've been waiting to have federal partners for a while and have been working, as I said, across administrations to make that happen. So we were delighted to see Genius go through. It really is based quite a bit on the stablecoin guidance that we put into place now almost 3 years ago. When you think about the reserving requirements, the redemption timing, The asset mix that's required of the reserves is all really based on what we've done in New York. So we're excited to see implementation and then see if the market structure bills move forward as well.
If we could, and again, there has been obviously a lot of excitement with the Genius Act being passed into law. Could you delineate for the audience a bit about sort of, New York DFS versus the federal level oversight, which may come in as this is incorporated? It will take another year or two, obviously, with rulemaking and the implementation. But if you could walk us through a little bit of that, I think a lot of people will be curious because let's face it, stable coins are top of mind for a lot of organizations.
Yeah, absolutely. We fought really hard to preserve a role for state regulators in the Genius Act and in various iterations of all the other bills that have been making their way through Congress over the past several years. We thought it was really important, because DFS had already had such a leadership role, and we thought, we've got this great reg, we've got 9 pieces of guidance, we have all this experience, this great team, right? Why would you want to preempt that and sort of wipe that all out? That didn't seem to make sense to us, selfishly, we wanted to preserve that authority. But also state regulators, I think, as evidenced by what we've done at DFS, are more nimble, right? So we have this amazing team that stays abreast of all the developments in the industry. It's really quite a diverse team. So we've got folks from foreign regulators. We've got folks that came from other regulators in the US. We've got a lot of sort of crypto natives and cryptologists and financial crimes experts and forensic accountants that comprise this team. And we are able to use our full suite of regulatory tools to move more quickly. And I think just like we see on the banking side, having the state and federal pathways coexist is going to be good for the industry and good for consumers.
So let's talk a little bit about New York itself, because it seems to be going through a bit of what I would call digital asset renaissance. What are you seeing?
Yeah, well, it's so interesting. I remember, my 2 predecessors ago, when the bit license was first put into place, it was like, you're going to drive this industry out of New York, right? And indeed, there were lots of companies who left, or a couple companies that left. I think in the intervening time, right, we've added a lot of transparency around how we regulate the space. We've done these 9 pieces of guidance. We've built this team. We've made it sort of a better place to be. And New York in general, I think as the virtual asset space continues to come together with traditional finance, where else would you want to be but New York? My boss will be very happy that I made the plug. But I do think there's a lot to be said for the ecosystem, not just as we look at the fastest growing sectors in New York. Technology is the fastest growing sector in New York, where we see it sort of declining in other sort of tech capitals. It's increasing here. You put that together with the fact that we're the financial capital, that we have these transparent rules on the books, right, an expert team at the regulator. We just see the space growing and growing in New York. And we keep close eyes on the stats. So if you look at investment in virtual currency companies over the past several years, the plurality of that investment is consistently in New York-based and regulated companies.
Well, it certainly does feel like there are a lot of companies setting up shop, moving, relocating to New York, and it certainly does look like there's a big halo effect happening, which is fantastic. But if we were to flip to the other side in terms of concerns and risks, you have put out some meme coin guidance a while ago, and there is some activity, I think, that perhaps lends some concern.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think for us, we were starting to see more and more meme coins, and we've seen this, right, in the arc of the industry, sort of ebbs and flows of sentiment-based coins. We don't view it as our role to pick winners and losers, right? This coin is good, this coin is bad. We do have a green list for coins that we have approved. And then what we said is we're going to set up a coin listing regime for our companies. So all of our regulated entities have to have a coin listing protocol, right? Governance protocol that dictates how they choose which coins they will list or custody, right? And they'll do business with. They also now have to have a delisting protocol. What are the actions you will take if you deem a coin or a token is not up to snuff? Some of our companies have earned the privilege of being able to self-certify coins. it's a privilege you can gain and it's a privilege you can lose, I will say. So we have seen that full life cycle. And then for those that don't have the privilege of self-certification, they have to come to us at DFS to get pre-approval to engage with a new coin. On the sentiment-based coin guidance, we put out a notice to consumers just to say, make sure you're doing your due diligence on all things, right? This is true for all kinds of financial instruments, but make sure, you are approaching this with caution as a consumer. And then similarly, we put out guidance to our regulated entities to say, remember that there are requirements around your governance and the stability and the uses of these coins that you are responsible for policing pursuant to your own coin listing guidance that we have approved. And if we find that you have violated your own coin listing, right, your own risk tolerance, we will not hesitate to use all of our regulatory tools to correct any errors.
Well, with that, take note, everyone, especially if you're regulated. The compliance tools and analytics and the availability of such tools, how have you incorporated that into making sure that people are complying?
Yeah. Well, look, I think it's important that we all, whether you're a regulated entity or a regulator, that you're using whatever tools you have at your disposal, including technological tools, right, to help with compliance and in our case, supervision. So we put out guidance several years ago requiring our regulated entities to use blockchain analytics guidance in helping them in their compliance. We just then last week, I think, put out guidance to our banking institutions that to the extent the banking institutions are now engaging more in virtual currency business activity, which is the term of art we use in New York, VCBA, that our expectation is the banks will also now use blockchain analytics platforms for their own compliance needs. And that's, I think, just one example of how we try to find a place where we can be both principles-based, right, and not be overly prescriptive, but provide enough clarity to the regulated universe that our regs or our guidance are what two qualities that I like to make sure we have, that they're both actionable and practical. And so that's what we did with the blockchain analytics guidance, both for banks and virtual currency companies.
Great. And this might be a question that's kind of adjacent to what I've just asked you, but in terms of what's going on in DC, there's a lot of talk around modernization and streamlining and, cutting the fat if there is any. From a DFS standpoint, have you found any use for AI or technology tools to help you do that very thing?
Yeah. Well, so we certainly use blockchain analytics platforms in our supervision. We're using we're piloting a lot of use cases for AI, not so much yet in the crypto space. Certainly as we look at generally regulatory filings, we've got some pilots there. Unrelated to virtual assets, but we're working on a very cool project with SUNY Albany related to weather data, homeowners insurance and mortgages to look at what's going to happen in the insurance and mortgage markets as a result of climate change. Most people don't really appreciate that about 80% of New York State's population is coastal. Right? It makes sense if you're downstate and you're on an island in Manhattan, right? But 80% of the population is coastal. So we're using AI and other tools to help us in all kinds of supervisory ways to make sure we're protecting consumers and New York State.
Wow, see, you learned a non-crypto fact today.
Yeah.
I bet most people didn't know that.
We're a well-rounded regulator here. So
You have a lot of ground to cover.
we've got a lot of things to do.
So, going back to sort of New York and the growth of the tech sector, and we're seeing, we use the word convergence at GBBC a lot, which is the convergence of the technologies being now incorporated into the banking sector, but also the fintech and young crypto companies. When you look at what is happening right now, what do you see? Do you see an and situation, meaning like we eventually evolve through this period, or are you seeing actually places where you think you'll have to make new rulemaking or you'll have to come up with additional guidance because it is that new, like DeFi, for example?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, the beauty of being a nimble state regulator in a place like New York is we do have so many tools at our disposal, right? So we can write rules, we can do guidance, we can do FAQs and webinars. enforcements are a last resort, but they serve their purpose as well. So I think we will continue to roll out new pieces of guidance, thinking about this convergence, right? We did the blockchain analytics for our VC companies, and we did it for the banking institutions when the time was right. And I think for us, that's a big part of the equation is you want there to be enough need and interest for the regulator to weigh in. You sort of don't want to preempt a moment or what the markets are doing. But you don't want to be lagging so far behind them that real harm is done or that you can't provide the clarity and transparency that the industry needs to act responsibly. And so as much as the substance of the things we do is the most important thing, right, the timing is also very important. But I think when it comes to cybersecurity and virtual assets, AI and virtual assets, right, banking and AI and cybersecurity and virtual assets, right, these Venn diagrams are becoming more and more important and apparent, and to the extent that, again, we can provide actionable, practical guidance for the regulated space, I think that there's an important role for us there.
Great. And this harkens back to, I think, questions the same kind of similar questions I've asked you, but times change, so I ask the same questions sometimes. In terms of your engagement with communications, particularly at the federal level now, do you find that it's increased, or is there now more collaboration because of the changing nature of obviously what's going on in digital assets?
No, I think for us, I've always been a believer that ideology and financial regulation are a bad mix, right? There really, in my mind, is no place for ideology and financial regulation. And I say that because there's just no part of the economy that works. You think about hospitality or transportation or agriculture, all of it relies on a financial system, right? Banking, insurance, capital markets that works well. And if that layer doesn't work well, then nothing else is going to work well. And so for me, our role at DFS is really about calling balls and strikes. I say that to say it really doesn't matter what's happening in Washington or with our counterparts around the world. We are always here to collaborate, to harmonize where we can, to lend expertise, to learn from other people. We just launched earlier this year the Transatlantic Regulatory Exchange, which is a secondment program with the Bank of England, specifically around payments and digital assets.
Great.
And we're going to expand that in the months and years to come to other foreign regulators. So for us, that engagement, that collaboration is always front of mind.
And you've raised an excellent point. You have actually been really forefront of international engagement. And it's great to hear that you are looking at other countries and jurisdictions as well. And will that be necessarily, so when you look at potentially having a collaboration with an international regulator, will that include all emerging tech, or do you tend to kind of separate out a crypto agreement or understanding?
Yeah, so it's foundationally, we have lots of information sharing agreements, supervisory arrangements to cover the entire remit that we have and other regulators have. I think when it comes to these particular secondment programs, it'll vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction about what is our most common interest, and frankly, what's the best opportunity for our respective staffs. It also, in addition to being an important supervisory and regulatory tool, it's a great recruiting and retention thing to have to say to somebody at DFS, like, you can go spend 6 to 12 months in London, right, and vice versa. So we'll see who comes online next, but I'm excited to expand this program.
Fantastic. And I think one of the things that maybe some of the audience here would probably like to know is when you think about what is coming up, what kind of trends have you seen that are different from the crypto digital asset space than even from maybe a year ago? Are you seeing some changes in trends?
It's interesting. Crypto is sort of going through some of the same growing pains that fintech went through 15 years ago. Like, for those who've been around in financial services as long as I have, I remember when we first started saying fintech, they were like, and I was in the White House then, and they were like, we're going to disrupt financial services. I remember people coming in and telling me, like, Citibank isn't going to exist in 15 years. Here we are, right? And the digital asset crowd had a little bit of that as well. And I think now what? Just a little. Right? But now what I think everybody is finding is that integration with traditional finance is really necessary for broad adoption, for lots of other reasons. And I think when I sit down and talk to our regulated entities, and here are their roadmaps and their plans for what's next. Some of it is completely new and innovative. A lot of it is sort of like, oh, I've seen versions of this before. People starting to talk about making derivatives out of things where I'm like, oh, I feel like we've seen this movie before. Maybe not. But there are lots of, I think, innovations now that people want to undertake with digital assets, with tokens, that are versions of what financial services have done before.
Yes, we hear that sometimes,
Yeah.
that people have just put a different name on something that actually existed.
Yeah,
Was
like, we
invented
remember this
quite a
movie.
while ago.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
exactly. From a licensing standpoint, are you seeing an increase of the number of applicants coming in to license themselves to do business
Yeah.
in New York?
Yeah, our application pipeline only ever gets longer. As I've been in this role for 4 years, we've gotten better at moving them more quickly. Sometimes, frankly, that means saying no more quickly to applicants as well. But the interest in being here in New York only continues to grow.
And if I may ask, when a applicant is rejected, let's say, is there a period where they could course correct and then reapply?
Yeah, so usually what we do in the application process is it's fairly iterative. So we will issue deficiency letters to tell companies precisely where they are deficient. They have an opportunity to cure. So it's really where we see an inability or an unwillingness to cure the deficiencies, where we say, go away for a little while and then maybe try again. It's not a hard and fast rule, but I would say more often than not, we can get there with an applicant before we have to reject them, but not always.
Right. And then so I've asked you the question around the crypto groups
Yeah.
and digital assets groups, but from the banking sector, are you finding increased questions or inquiries or discussions around the crossover into stable coins in
Yeah.
particular, and
Yeah.
also digital assets?
Yeah, this has been a really interesting trend to watch, where there was a little bit of interest, I would say, sort of 22 coming into 23. Then with the banking crisis in early 2023, everybody was like, we're back to brass tacks. Like we just want to
Blockchain
do
what?
banking. Yeah, everybody sort of put their heads down. And I think now, right, there's this resurgence in interest in TradFi generally, certainly in the banks. In New York, the banks are required to come to DFS to get pre-approval before engaging in VCBA. So that is a requirement on the books, but we've seen lots of interest from our banks, and we've had lots of success helping them roll out new products and services, both for virtual currency entities, but also for their more standard banking
And that would
products.
include even foreign entities that are in the U.S.?
If you are, for instance, a branch regulated by DFS, yes, that would include.
Exactly. Okay.
Good
So-
clarification.
So you are definitely getting an increased demand on both sides of the fence?
Yes, absolutely.
Wow. Okay. Well, we have a few minutes left, and I wanted to ask you to, thank you. We got our time
timer.
checker here. We're here during the UN General Assembly, and we care very much about SDGs. And I think, this is a question that you've addressed before, and you've actually made some really amazing comments around climate action, but also around financial inclusion. If you don't mind, could you actually say a few words about, how do we help as entrepreneurs and builders here around financial access and inclusion?
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, I think, for the virtual asset space, because it was maybe 2-3 years ago where people would apply for a license and they'd come in and they'd be like, we're about inclusion. Like, this is going to change the game for inclusion. And because I am a very data-driven person, I would say, great, how many of your customers were previously unbanked and now, right, have access to the financial system?
Yes, how many?
And typically people would say, well, we don't have that data. And I was like, well, this is not a very compelling case then for inclusion now, is it? And so I offer that anecdote because I do think there's obviously a real problem. I think virtual assets, distributed ledger has real potential to be a solution here for inclusion. I still feel like there's maybe been more talk than proof, but I am optimistic that will change.
For the entrepreneurs out there, Superintendent Harris is looking for proof and real data. So get on it. On the ESG side, reporting, particularly for financial institutions, you have spoken before around this topic. What concerns you the most? And I think you mentioned also data and using AI for the data around climate.
Climate and
Yeah.
mortgage, yeah. I mean, we think about climate purely from a safety and soundness perspective, right? So on the one hand, we have lending institutions where, right, they need to understand the climate risk to their mortgages. It's not our role as a regulator to say, lend to this, but not to this, do business
Right.
with this, but not, like, that's up to companies and markets, right, in their own risk tolerance and
Right.
governance. But it is our job to say, no matter your business model, make sure you are incorporating climate risk into your risk management framework. And this is true, you know, we've got very small lenders, for example, who lend in a very discrete geographic area that might be at risk, that needs to be, it's not that they shouldn't lend there, but they need to incorporate that. Similarly with multinational insurance companies. The other thing that we were very keen to point out to our regulated entities, and I say this sort of in jest, but I think it's a very real thing, is the risk from climate is not just potentially to the business, but it's also operational. Where are your data centers, right? How do you think about climate risk? Like, is the generator on the roof and not in the basement? I think there's probably a number of people in this room who were around when Sandy hit, right? And the whole bottom of the island was black, except for like 200 West Street, because they had put the generator up on the roof. So that's something we want to make sure our regulated entities are thinking about.
Wow, that's a very good point.
That picture is like New York Magazine cover after Sandy, right? Is a really iconic one. So I'm dating myself maybe a little bit, but
Person who put the generator on the roof should
Yeah.
demand a raise.
job security.
In our final minute, I just want to ask, increasing demand in New York, more people coming to New York, tech sector growing, crypto, digital assets, banking, all of it's growing. Is DFS, do you have the staffing that you need to
My favorite
meet the
question.
needs?
My favorite question. So, well, I would say since in my 4 years, we've now hired or promoted 1,200 people. We're the largest the agency has ever been, and that's not size for size sake. When I came in, I did a risk-based analysis and said, where do we really need people? I'm good at making a compelling case with data, so I went to the legislature and others. I said, here are all the horrible things that are going to happen if you don't give me staff, and they found that compelling. So I can tell this very scary story. So we continue to staff up. I have spent my career back and forth between the public and private sectors, federal government, big law. I was a startup founder, took my company public. So I've sort of seen and done it all.
Right.
And I've loved everything I've done in my career. Public service is both the most complicated and the most rewarding. So since we're talking about staff and recruiting, if anybody here wants to take a pay cut and come to DFS, you are welcome.
DFS is hiring. Well, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule. I know there's a person out there who's
There's
motivated.
one. We're
Reach out to
always hiring.
DFS. It's a great team. The
Yes,
team
it
that
is a
we have,
tremendous team.
interacted with,
Yes.
it's just superb. So
Yeah.
thank you for building such an amazing, not only brain trust, but also an organization that clearly has helped, clarify and also, frankly, stability is underrated sometimes.
Yeah,
And having that stability over the last 4 years, you guys have been really consistent and very clear about your messaging, and that's really great.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. I want to thank all of you for taking the time this morning. We are going to a break now, but just 10 minutes, so come back. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We'd like to get started. If you please can find a seat.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. If you'd like to take your seats, we're just about to begin. Right.
So ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our next session. Thank you all very much for please taking your seats. And for those of you who join online, welcome back. We'll have a new panel that will turn into the future of money and payments. So I see speakers already here at the panel. I'm pleased to introduce them before leaving the floor to them. Thanks again for making your way to the seats. So I'm very pleased to introduce this new panel on digital money and payment infrastructure for all. We have 4 distinguished speakers and our moderator, Emma Joyce, as the Chief Revenue Officer at GBBC here. She's joined by Deborah Brooks of the Wyoming Stable Token Commission, Pui E. Lai of the Monetary Authority of Singapore. We have Dominic Paulino of Accenture and Wee Ki To of JP Morgan Kinexus. Please join me in welcoming them to the floor. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. It's an absolute delight to be back in New York, one of my favorite cities ever. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to get right into it because we don't have long. And as you know, we're here to talk about digital money and payment infrastructure for all. I know we have been introduced, so are we okay to jump straight into the questions? Does that work? Okay, fantastic. Good. Wonderful. So my first question for today, and I'm going to go to Wiki if that's okay to start. I'd like to hear some examples of what you're seeing in this space, what you're working on. Tell us what you're doing and perhaps let us know about some use cases if possible, please.
Yeah, thanks, Emma. So very happy to start this off and kick it off. So over at Kinexus by JP Morgan, we do have a live blockchain-based payment systems today. So it's a live system. We transact about $2 to $3 billion every day. So I guess fairly, probably within enterprise usage, probably one of the bigger ones. So a lot of our clients actually are very happy using us for multiple different reasons. And generally, when we talk about, say, stable coins, deposit tokens, CBDCs, there's just a lot of discussion about it, but sometimes we don't kind of break it up into the tokens and the underlying platform itself. So actually, when we think about from a benefits perspective, a lot of the benefits is really from the underlying technology rather than the different forms of money. So in our case, for example, the use of blockchain for payments, we allow our clients to do near real-time, around-the-clock transactions in multiple different currencies and across multiple or the major funding locations. So what our clients are doing, so this is mostly in the wholesale space. So treasurers, the way that they are using Kinexus digital payments is essentially moving funds across all the different locations, and having instant availability to funds is actually changing the way that they are thinking about payments. So in a more traditional treasury management perspective, we always hear around concepts around like follow the sun. So essentially at the end of each day, you move your funds to the next location so they have availability to the funds. But when you are actually having 24/7 availability of funds, then the question is, do some of these ideas around like following the sun or ideas around like forecasting or making sure that you have sufficient liquidity buffers, are they still, do you still need them? A lot of times it's actually no, you can actually change the way that you think about treasury management, because if I have instant availability to funds anywhere around in the world, then I don't need to prepare liquidity buffers, because anytime I need funds to make payments, I just draw it from the location that has enough of those funds. I move it to the location that actually needs to make payments out. So the concept of like liquidity buffers and forecasting, actually a lot of this concept changes once you have that real-time availability to funds. So I think that's probably one of the biggest use case. Another of the really interesting use case is from a programmability perspective. And this is, I guess the first layer of it is really around automation. So again, a lot of our treasurers, they are using it from an automation perspective. So some of it is really very basic standing instructions. The idea that, oh, at this point in time, I'm going to move funds from this one account to another account. But with programmability, they are able to start including more and more kind of like conditions, actions into that some of these standing instructions. So we are starting to get it, see it getting more and more complex. And the really interesting part around automation is moving beyond just intra-organization automation to inter-organization automation. And we're able to do that because we trust the logic that has been deployed and the faithful execution of the logic. So this is really the idea of smart contracts. So if you have two parties that agree that, okay, this business smart contract is going to govern the way that we interact with each other, they will feed it data. And when the smart contract says, okay, this is the point in time where a payment has to be made, then that business smart contract can trigger the payment smart contract, and then the payment is made automatically. So now essentially you are able to move into an inter-organizational kind of automation where you have the buyers, the sellers, and the bank all operating very seamlessly with regards to each other, because there's trust in the underlying smart contract, the trust in the underlying logic that is resulting in payments being made.
I mean, it's very exciting, isn't it? And, if you think how far things have come in a few years, thank you for sharing that with us. That is really fascinating. I want to explore a little bit about private and public sector partnerships, and if that's important. Pui, would you please let us know how the Monetary Authority of Singapore is working with the private sector, and if you think those partnerships are important?
Hi, everyone. Thanks again for having me here. And so maybe I'll take a step back and just share a little bit about the Monetary Authority of Singapore, or we call it MAS in short, the unique role that we play. I know a lot of people know it as a central bank or a financial regulator, and that's true. But we actually also have a mandate to develop the financial sector. And our dual mandate, to develop the financial sector as well as to regulate it, sometimes appears contradictory. But we see it in a different way, in that it forces us to really look at, the risks and the rewards of everything that we do, right? And so if you talk about innovation in money and payments that we see today, it's really reshaping the way households, businesses, and governments have been transacting. And being a central bank, we know that we cannot just remain at the sidelines, right? Our responsibility is really to ensure that this transformation strengthens rather than weaken the foundation of trust in money. And for us in Singapore, I think the balance between innovation and safeguarding investor interests is really espoused through purposeful public-private partnerships. And this is not something that we do only in this digital space, but in other areas of work that we're focused on. So if I just drill into why, so it is important, and why we think it's important is because we acknowledge that both the public sector and the private sector bring a different perspective to the table. They bring different important views. The public sector, we can act as a convener. We can also allow room for exploration, for experimentation, while the private sector brings resources and expertise which we do not necessarily have, right? So just to give an illustration of how we've done this so far, I'll just give two examples, one at the token layer and another at the infrastructure level. So at the token level, I think we've embarked on a series of asset tokenization projects under what we call Project Guardian. And really, you think of it as a cross-border regulatory sandbox. We've involved over 40 global financial institutions, industry associations, regulators, industry associations as well, really to explore use cases for asset tokenizations. We've done this with partners from over 7 jurisdictions, and we have more than 15 industry trials that we've run so far across 6 currencies and multiple financial products, right? So we've seen that, these pilots, these experiments, they've worked, and the members have actually published even several frameworks across whether is it fixed income or funds, really to help guide the rest of the industry in terms of implementation of tokenized assets and how to reduce the complexity as well as cost of adoption. I think Vicky has shared a lot, some examples, of how some global firms have also commercialized. They've gone beyond experimentation, and we're seeing besides JP Morgan, things like tokenized money market funds that are also growing in scale, whether it's in Singapore or in the US. And I think those are all encouraging things to see. The other example that I was going to give is something that we're doing at the infrastructure layer level. And that's really part of our next phase efforts to scale the asset tokenization. We're collaborating with global financial institutions as well as policymakers on this initiative where we envision that we'll have an open, interoperable, shared ledger infrastructure that can host multiple layers of multiple types of tokenized assets and facilitate seamless cross-border transactions.
Fantastic, thank you. And as we see a lot more of this collaboration taking place, do you expect it to, I expect us to see more and more of it, do you?
Yeah, I think what is unique about the financial markets is that it's a very global one, right?
Yeah.
And we need that collaboration across. We can't see innovation happen if it's all based on individual efforts. We're going to need to see collaboration across stakeholders at all levels.
On that point, I think a great example of that is Paxos issuing the global dollar network out of Singapore, right? Like that is kind of something that is totally breaking the paradigm of US dollars need to be ring fenced into the US, and now they're being issued under a Singaporean regime and they're getting global access and adoption. It's not a pilot, it's a production use case. And I think that's emblematic of the innovation that you guys drive as MAS.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. Deborah, as the industry evolves with the passage of the Genius Act, how can companies who want to come into the US and set up a company, how can they start to engage, or that are already here, how can they engage more with regulators?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Before I answer that question, I have to give the typical disclaimer as a government employee. The opinions that I give here are my own and do not reflect at all with the state of Wyoming, the commission, or the commission staff. So again, thank you for having me here. And thinking about this particular question, you always have to look at, particularly with the passage of Genius. Genius, as we know, focuses on stablecoins. So we're looking at it from a stablecoin issuer who wants to gain entry into the United States. You also have to then look at the amount of stable coins that are in circulation. Of course, Genius looks at the above or below a certain mark. And if you're above that mark, you engage with the federal government. If you fall below it, you'd have to deal with the 50 states and the territories. So kind of looking at it from there in the paradigm, the OCC, I understand is a tough agency. I don't have much visibility on the OCC, although I do have some former colleagues of mine that work there. You absolutely, and I think that's also the case with the states. If you have the funds, you absolutely want to bring in folks who have that relationship with those government agencies and the regulators. My previous position, it's interesting that the previous speaker was my boss at one point, Adrian Harris, the superintendent, as I dealt with oftentimes with applicants and supervisees, including Paxos, that approached me with various questions, concerns, complaints, you name it, they did it. And really structure it with bringing in individuals who understand the system, can navigate. There are certain individuals that I know understand how we work, how we think, how we operate, and thus they can really tailor and really talk to their clients about, okay, this is not what this agency is looking at, this is what they're focusing on. These are the types of questions that you're looking at. For example, just looking at DFS, for an applicant, we want to make sure that you are completely collateralized, make sure that you have a robust compliance program, make sure that you have your C-suite in place, and try to pare down any issues, because once an issue arises, that's when you're going to see delays. And oftentimes you have applicants that really submit, if I can say, not necessarily robust applications and such, you want to throw it in the trash, but you ultimately have to now tell them to try again. So I think bringing someone in to help you organize and present absolutely helps, particularly with the states. And I think that's where it gets challenging. Each state is different. You have certain states that merely require a money transmitter license, and then you have other states like New York, California, and recently Illinois that require a heightened requirements. And how do you kind of deal with that at a lower level? I would say pray in the first instance, but in all honesty and fairness, you absolutely want to have someone in your corner that understands the 50-state approach. There was a licensee of DFS, I won't mention their name, that adopted that approach, and it took a while for them to get a license in all 50 states. But that was their goal, and that was their objective, and that was fine and we were fine with that ultimately. But saying that to say, if you want to engage with the regulators, always be honest and truthful. Do not come and BS us, because we will see it coming. You'd be amazed how often when you come to us and you talk to people and the BS monitor starts to percolate, and we'll talk afterwards and say, do you believe that? I'm in, polite company, so I won't use the terminology we used to say in the back end. But yes, you want to be forthright, candid, and honest with your regulator. If you don't know, say you don't know. It's better that you say you don't know as opposed to giving us a BS, because we'll see it coming, and we'll ask the follow-up question that really lets us know. But again, if you have a third party, they'll tell you in advance, don't BS a regulator, because once your reputation is tarnished, it does hurt you. And once it's hurt, you kind of go in the back of the line at that point. So you always want to come with a very robust candidacy. Have a robust program in place, even if it's just skeletal, like a robust compliance program, consumer protection. Many states, including New York and Illinois and California, are very pro-consumer protection. So they're going to look for your protocols to ensure that you have a robust consumer protection program. You have to make sure that you are collateralized or over-collateralized and have the monies stored in particular and safe, high quality liquid assets, and really give us the comfort that you are compliant both regulatorily, both consumer protection, as well as most importantly, finance.
Thank you. That's very good advice. Thank you. Dominic, can we think a little bit about challenges? And when we're looking at existing payment infrastructure, is identity, can that be a problem sometimes? And would digital identity help?
Yeah, I love this question, because right now on the back of the Genius Act, everyone's really excited about digital currency and stablecoins and where this is all going to go towards remittances, et cetera. One of the things I'm thinking a lot about, if I take off my commercial hat and put on more of the SDGs and the UN and the spirit we're here today, is there's over 1 billion people in the world without access to a proper identity that would meet KYC, AML, banking standards, and it makes it really hard to interact with the financial system. And so we think about, I think it's infrastructure for all. I think identity is a key pillar of an effective payments infrastructure, because there's kind of two ends to the coin, I guess, pun intended. On the one side, you need folks to have an effective identity so that way they can participate. But on the other side, you need the effective identity so that way we prevent social ills that come with, preventing money laundering, terrorism financing, all those challenges. And so, we at Accenture have been driving this space for a while. Actually, all the way back to 2017, we had an initiative with the UN and Microsoft called ID 2020, which was a verifiable credential approach that was attempting to understand how we could drive and provide identity for these folks, the 1 billion folks on, around the world who aren't able to interact with the banking system. And so, in the US, there are some challenges around state preemption of a national identity schema, which make it difficult to have national identity, but if you look at things like Singapore with SingPass or Aadhaar in India, there are clear kind of patterns emerging of how you can develop these new digital identity solutions right now that are primarily being used from a consumer experience layer to speed up onboarding. But how do you develop into the kind of second phase around verifiable credentials, like the W3C standards, to drive a model that is more inclusive for all and enables actually better effective payments? We did a pilot as part of the Digital Dollar Project with Western Union looking at global remittances. And it was really easy to get a stable coin from Western Union to the recipient banks in the Philippines. But getting it from the bank into the end hands of the end consumer still has the last mile challenge. So in summary, I think that, as we think through this week and going forward, there's a ton of innovation happening on the payment rails and the payment instruments. But how do we ensure that the folks who are most vulnerable are able to access these instruments and participate in this new economy that we're developing?
And do you think we'll see a lot of movement and traction on digital identity over the next few years?
I think so. I think you're seeing both at the government level. You obviously have the IDAS that's happening in Europe right now. You have, as I mentioned, some of the stuff that's happening in Asia. In the US, there's, I think, 14 states that have mobile driver's license. Only 2 of them have verifiable credentials that would align with the W3C standards. But in the financial services space, where I spend a lot of my time, I am starting to see early signals of NDAs and consortiums forming. Folks basically saying, look, we're entering into this token world, new digital wallet infrastructure. Why am I not having a digital identity that I can store in that? So I do expect to see a lot of movement in the coming, 6 to 18 months.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much. Question for the panel. So do jump in, whoever wants to take this. But what role do you think that CBDCs, stablecoins, tokenized deposits play in progressing inclusive payment systems? Who'd like to take that? Nikki?
I feel that the different forms of like digital money all play different roles, and eventually they'll find their role within the broader set of ecosystem. So now, from a more wholesale perspective, for example, when we look at commercial banks, now assuming we all have different deposit tokens, we need some ability to interchange between them. Then how would we want to interchange between them? In traditional payments, we do it through central bank money. We are all connected to each other on the RTGS systems. So it could be Max Plus in Singapore, could be FedWire in the US, but there's always that ability for commercial bank to connect to each other and settle between each other. So the question then is, if you are transacting on blockchain rails in the future, does it make sense to have central bank money on blockchain rails? So I would say there is a clear role for central bank money, there's a clear role for commercial bank money. And of course, when it comes to stable coins, I feel like it's really all in the name, because when we think about MiCA, for example, they actually refer to stable coins as e-money tokens. So e-money tokens is, in a way, I would see it as like a token form of e-money. And e-money has shown to work really well in some jurisdictions for low value retail payments. It becomes like a much less friction kind of I guess a setup where you are able to make retail payments with each other with much lower costs and fees. So is that a role for stablecoins from a retail payments perspective? I say maybe yes, but of course there are a lot of other questions to be worked out, and I'm sure some of us over here who are working on stable tokens might be able to add more on those perspectives as well. Thank you.
I'm going to add that these are all like buzzwords for today. With innovation, I don't know what maybe in 3 years or even 2 years from now, what would be the hot form of digital money that we'll be talking about. But I guess at the very bottom of it, I think what we see is that if they're well designed, if they're well regulated, this really could support enhanced features that the financial markets need today. Whether they are not widely available today, right? Is it whether atomic settlement or ability for senders to specify conditions for value transfers? I think the use cases will also differ depending on the kind of markets. I think some of the panelists alluded earlier as well that maybe in more emerging markets, this could leapfrog much further for that specific market, whereas in developed markets, maybe it's really just about lowering costs and increasing efficiency.
Thank you. We've only got a couple of minutes left. So before we finish up, does anyone have any thoughts or views on really what's really important for the future of digital money?
I mean, I think one theme we've heard here is that currency and capital markets are a team sport, and it's now becoming more and more of a global sport. And so, continued collaboration between regulators and the private sector is, I think, a critical step. I also think the public needs to continue to have a voice in these things. My personal hypothesis is that kind of 5-10 years down the road, most people won't understand whether behind the scenes you're paying in a CBDC, a stable coin, a wholesale instrument. It won't matter. It will just happen like magic. But between now and then, we need to make sure that we are building the right rails for the right purposes with the right guardrails around them. So I think continued engagement, dialogues like this are super important.
And I will add, I mean, Dominic made a very poignant point about how most people really don't care how information and money is sent, so long as it gets there safely and securely. So on the back end, for us, we want to make sure that the rails are in, trying to be diplomatic, but the rails are, does its job and engenders trust. And with the stable token, the frontier token, because I would be remiss if I don't mention the stable token that we just issued in the state of Wyoming last month, the goal for the frontier token really is to engender and get access to have our tokens reach people who are the unbanked, those who don't have the ability to go to a bank or maybe don't trust going to a bank, but they have a cell phone. So it's absolutely something that we are seeing, to have remittance go from a blockchain to someone's cell phone. And I think that's probably the next evolutionary case.
Absolutely. And thank you so much
you.
to everyone on the panel and everyone in the room who is working so hard to get everything in the back really well done so that we can see that magic and we won't know what's happening. And I think, that's a very exciting prospect. Thank you once again. Quick note from me. 15th of October, if anyone is in Europe, we've got an amazing event at the European Parliament. You're all invited. Ask me for more details. It's a GBBC event within the European Parliament. We'd love to see you there. Huge thank you to my panelists. Really honored to be on a panel with you all today. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Awesome.
I think so.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, our next panel is approaching the table. So we'll be looking at how governments, regulators, and innovators are approaching blockchain and digital assets. The focus for this section is on SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, as well as SDG 11 on sustainable cities and community. And the discussion will look at how regulatory clarity and international collaboration can build trust and foster sustainable development. So moderating the conversation is Michelle O'Connor, Vice President of Global Market Expansion and Innovation at TaxBit and GBBC Ambassador. She's joined by Kristen Johnson, former commissioner at the US Commodity Futures Trading Commission, Anson Lo, Chief Representative of the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, Jeet Road, co-founder of the New York Blockchain Council, and Jason Rodzowski, Head of Legal and Policy and at Interop Labs. Please join me in welcoming them to the front. Thank you.
Amazing, thank you. So thank you to the GBBC team. I don't see Emma or Riley or folks in here, but this is my second year here and they do an amazing job. So thank you. This is going to be a great conversation. We have 30 minutes. We have a lot to talk about. So we had a prepared line of questions, but in prep, we decided, let's go somewhere else. We'll stick to the topic, but one of the things that we were discussing in our meeting earlier was the differences in
our industry and where technology, innovation, and traditional finance and regulation don't work anymore when you're looking at our industry and where it moves forward. So I'll invite our former commissioner to kick off, and really just, we're going to have more conversational because it became really interesting.
So I'm excited to join you all for yet another GBBC event. I'm thrilled to have been invited by the team and Sandra to speak with you. I am a recovering commissioner of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. I am less than 3 weeks out of my seat. I still get confused and drive to the building in the morning sometimes. So I don't know if I've fully been able to take off the hat, but I do get to skip the disclaimer. I don't have to tell you that my views are my own. They are, in fact, my own views. And so there's no need to say all of that. I will share really quickly that I'm excited to join this panel. One of the things I referenced, two of the things I referenced earlier that I think we may turn to at some point that could be really interesting for dialogue and conversation, probably lots of questions even in the audience, relate to sort of the limitations of regulation in a highly innovative space. One of the challenges generally could be the time it takes to make regulation, the difficulty of process that is really well worn historically, but also just naturally has lags that are not consistent in every instance with how quickly technology changes. So there are real tensions, I think, in the context of thinking about how best to organize regulation and what the limits of regulation should be and whether there should be regulation at all or alternatives. And so I raised that largely because we talked about the idea that regulated entities are often entities that rely on critical third parties for important technology. And one of the things we talked about in our lead-in session was just that often regulators don't regulate those critical third parties, cloud service providers, internet service providers, really important infrastructure. So there's something there I think we could certainly talk about. And I'd love to talk a little bit about the fact that I don't believe that consumer protection in the context of innovation and growth is in tension with innovation and growth. I'd like to actually talk a little bit about the fact that these two concepts, these two values actually fit hand in glove. And I'd like to talk a little bit about the idea that we can achieve growth. And in fact, I think we can't achieve growth without thinking about consumer protection. So I'm happy to say a little bit more about that over the course of the panel.
It's amazing. Thank you. And I think based on our panelists, we're going to stick to US and China, but please weigh in as we have international as well. So Anson, I'd love to get your thoughts. When we were discussing this, you mentioned how your team approaches and views it. And I'd love you to just summarize how you share that with the group.
Yeah, sure. Shall I first start with a disclaimer? Yeah. Right. So for those of you who might not be familiar with the HKMA, so we are the Central Bank of Hong Kong. We play the role of a bank regulator and payment systems regulator in Hong Kong. At the same time, we're part of government. We have a mandate to drive financial market development and innovation. And that's why we have a dedicated team of people working on market development. We have a separate team on stablecoin. We have a separate team on digitalization and all sorts of different stuff that is, powered by blockchain, developed by blockchain, or, we have our own AI system at the HKMA. So we are one of those central banks out there who started CBDC project first, and then now we are helping the banks in Hong Kong, which our regulators to get more techy, to get more used to tech development. We are helping the transition in Hong Kong, and we do take part in many of the international discussions between regulators, between governments, part of the FSB project. We coordinate a lot of FSB's work in terms of digital asset regulation. Apart from the central bank digital currency, we're building some other stuff. We recently have enacted a stablecoin regulatory regime in Hong Kong, and we're now in the process of taking applications for stablecoin issuers. So going back to Michelle's question, in the course of doing this, we come to notice a very interesting phenomenon. And riding on what you just said, we are seeing that, firms that submitting, we've got close to 100 applications by now, and we are reviewing many of them. So, and interestingly, some of those applications are very tech focused. So they show us their tech and what we are going to, do in the future in terms of tech. And some others have very good user case. And some others may be, putting more focus on, prudential aspects of the proposal, whatnot. What we're going to say as a regulator is that, this is a new field. And in order to be a regulator, to be confident, to move on, because we do have a mandate to help the industry innovate, while at the same time we have a bigger mandate or equally big mandates to ensure that everything is safe for the public and for the entire financial system. As the FSB has put it, these new areas have inherent risks and have spillover risks. The last thing we want to do is to have these, come into materialization. So in order for us to be confident, we need to be able to see that any proposal would demonstrate a good level of confidence in terms of the user case, in terms of the other aspects, in terms of the redemption, for instance, for stablecoin, in terms of the tax safety, in terms of the guard against cybersecurity, cyber threats. So, so from this panel, I think we talk about regulation, we talk about innovation. So we have been saying from the perspective of a regulator, but from the perspective of innovators, like many of you, I think going forward, if we work with that regulator, try to, apart from focusing on what your expertise are in, try to take a step further. If you're a tech expert, think about the commercial side, because this is when we really review, analyze industry proposals. This is often something that we see, proposals are not all proposals are balanced.
Thank you. Jeet, I'd love to hear, I was joking with a friend of mine, I'm from the Bay Area, and I feel that, I'm not quite sure when, but New York became crypto capital. I feel a little bit slighted because it's less fun in the Bay Area now, but can you give me just your take on not only what's going in New York, but really what you're seeing in the US? I think the new administration, everyone knows that has been significant tailwinds for the industry, but what are trends that you're seeing or conversations that you're seeing happen within the industry as it relates to the topic?
Sure. So a big part of what's happening right now in New York is I've been in the industry now working the private sector side for a number of years. I don't think a lot of people realize how much of blockchain has been built out within New York itself. Actually, like the first Bitcoin ATM was in Wall Street, and that was back in like 2010 or 2011. But like I founded the New York Blockchain Council literally December last year.
Yeah.
So we're actually the youngest state within all the different states representing the industry at a policy level. What's been fascinating is to see a number of teams last year, just because they weren't sure where regulations were going to go in the United States, actually moved to places like Hong Kong, Singapore, Dubai. There was actually not just capital flight, but also a lot of human capital flight as well. So it's been really wonderful over the last about 8 months or so, just to see a lot of people returning back to New York and deciding to build other companies here, just because we do have so much good talent here. Obviously, a lot of both like TradFi is here, big tech is here.
Yeah.
A lot of people are making major announcements right now, right? Stable coins are very hot. Going back to what's really popular right now.
Still stablecoin summer.
It's going to be stablecoin summer, winter, probably spring as well, right? There's no end in sight. A lot of major announcements from major industry players like Stripe, announcing Tempo along with Paradigm Ventures. ARC is a new layer 1 blockchain coming out from Circle, Plasma Foundation, a lot of, and just tons of others. Lots of issuance happening here as well. Something that we want to see a lot of happening within New York State specifically, and something that we'll be focusing on the policy side, is what does that look like can we set up a regulatory sandbox around aspects of some of the policies passed within Genius?
Yep.
A big part of everything is how do we kind of view like native yield tokens, because that's not going to be counted as currency. So getting an understanding of what that looks like from both the regulators and just seeing what the industry has an appetite for will be interesting as well. And the last thing I'll add to that is on top of stablecoins, I think New York is uniquely positioned to do very well within the real world asset class. Obviously, we need to see clarity passed and need to see how the market structure bill will actually play that all out. But and then finally, we're seeing a lot of digital asset treasury companies such as Michael Saylor, obviously with MicroStrategy or Strategy now. And then we're seeing that pop up with a bunch of different coins now. So, and a lot of those are also based in New York. So those are the organizations and companies we'd like to be working with to figure out what we'd like to kind of test out within the regulatory sandbox of New York.
Great, thank you. Jason, a topic that we started to touch on that I think was really interesting is the concept of interoperability and what that looks like, both from how regulators view it, how industry views it, and the challenges that some of the companies face as well as regulators. Can you kick us off?
Sure. So just for some context, at Interoperable Labs, we build XLR, which is a interoperability protocol. And so, in most, if not all, the conversations that we've had with institutions and enterprises, one of the first things that they want to avoid is vendor lock-in, right? It's kind of what's been driving folks to get to the blockchain industry to begin with, right? It's the idea of open, public, permissionless networks. Anyone can plug in. There's obviously challenges with that, which we were discussing before, which I'm sure we'll touch upon. But essentially, if you're building, 50 different blockchain networks with 50 different kind of intranet-like environments, then you have trapped assets, trapped liquidity, right? So if you have, the greatest, tokenized, equity offering on Solana, but it's not interoperable with Ethereum, you're not going to essentially have kind of the future that I think folks are, looking to gain. I think interop is obviously important as it's been cited in all of the kind of bills that have come through Congress. So Genius requires the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, to work with the regulators to figure out interop standards. There's conversation about interop between stablecoins themselves, right? So how do you get that kind of fungibility, that kind of, singleness of money? As well as, interop between the actual platforms as well, where it kind of lists out the different types of networks that there are and ensuring that, your stable coin that you get, whether it's a tokenized deposit from JP Morgan, USDC or whatnot, can be utilized by a user elsewhere. I think you also see that kind of on the SEC side as well. Chair Atkins mentioned the idea of a super app, right? The idea of having, both financial and non-financial assets all under one roof. That being the future, and I think for that it mandates interoperability. I'll say also clarity, and with the Senate version of market structure, there's the same concept, NIST to be working with all the different regulators to figure out interop. We've had meetings with the SEC, with NIST, et cetera. So I think, it's top of mind. And I think there's kind of, this policy perspective to it. I think from our perspective, and maybe this is kind of a lead into what we were discussing before, we are a decentralized network, so there is no entity that's moving your asset when you're using XLR. There's a 75 validator set, so similar to Ethereum or Bitcoin or whatnot, you're relying on this network of nodes to essentially move assets. We also move data, so you could actually have like a cross-chain smart contract. So that kind of lifts the use case away from just financial assets to whatever other kind of blockchain applications are out there. So we focus on decentralization. It comes with its share of trade-offs, which that's kind of where you want to go with the conversation. We're happy to touch on that, but that is our kind of our end state, is that if you're going to do interoperability, you want it to be as open, public, and permissionless as possible. And in order to do that, you need to decentralize as much as possible at kind of each layer of the stack.
And Michelle, can I hop in? So one of the things that we were talking about in the pre-panel session really directly dovetails to Jason's remarks on interoperability, because the reality is that as we think about novel and innovative technologies, there are frictions, natural frictions that arise as independent innovators are creating in different spaces, and there's a need in the natural world for them to all interact in some way. And one of the things as a commissioner that I regularly raise in thinking about infrastructure is cybersecurity. And it's an issue, by the way, that exists for every kind of business in the world at this point in time, and most citizens and all kinds of institutions. So legacy financial institutions are plagued with challenges that relate to cybersecurity. This is not a unique CFI, DeFi, or blockchain-based set of questions. It's really a global set of questions, and how we begin to interface and interact with these questions, and what kinds of defenses we develop, and also where we place responsibility in terms of who has the obligation to take effort and to invest in developing cyber defenses is really a big question that we couldn't answer during this panel. But I would, love to hear Jason say just a little bit about some of the challenges. I focused on them from a cross-chain bridge perspective, largely thinking about those who have assets in one place trying to move those assets somewhere else, and the real difficulty of actually transferring your assets from one system or network to another without that body of assets or portfolio of assets being exposed, right, to hackers who might be really interested in finding you in that gray zone, where there might be limited responsibility for someone else to protect you, right, and also just limited incentive or motivation or investment built out. So I don't know if you could say a few words about that, Jason, but
Yeah.
I'd be really curious.
I think,
Put Jason on the spot.
No, it's perfectly fine. So, so one of the things we have been thinking about, as an example, is, cross-chain standards. Just to kind of, buttress your point about questions that come up, right? Like, number one, just to lead it off, a lot of the biggest hacks occurred in the bridge space, right? And those have historically been that way because there's a pool of assets that just starts to collect. And so all of a sudden, that becomes a very, appealing target, right, for certain folks. So there's practical concerns, right? There's obviously your asset getting drained, but there's also the receipt tokens, right? So to the extent that you have that token that's now minted on the destination chain, it's tied to some asset on the source chain, right? So now what happens if you have, X assets on the destination chain, on the source chain, X on the destination chain, and now you have half of X on the source chain, right? So is your asset now that you have on the destination chain equal to 50%? Does everyone share this social loss, if you will, et cetera, right? So again, right, just some of the things that we're kind of, thinking about that I think, practically there might actually be more, I'd say, kind of legal, structural, contractual standards that might kind of start entering the space to fill the gap, right? Where maybe the tech, might have different points. I think, again, if we kind of look back at, a lot of these hacks, et cetera, I think a lot of it came from centralization, right? And I think that that's exactly why, to date, we've been as decentralized as possible. So our 75 validators are the ones that essentially operate the network. They make all decisions about the network. There's a private key that's sharded amongst the 75 that gets rotated amongst. And so I think that's kind of been our answer to it. But it's a real question, right? And I think that, as you start to see, whether it's single signature custody bridge solutions, multi-signature, 2 out of 3, et cetera, at some point in time, right? I'm not saying, we're the solution or whatnot, but I will say at some point in time, you start to kind of dissipate away that cybersecurity risk, right? So I think that's, from your previous perspective, I'm sure, that's the real question, right? Is at which point in time does the security apparatus kind of get strong enough that you can say, okay, there's X number of backstops to stop this, right? And then I think, like I said, right, I think the practicalities of it are you'll have kind of contractual and private arrangements, right, coming in to kind of, set up relationships between folks, right? And you kind of start having a kind of more, I'd say, business case solutions for this as well.
That's great. I'm thrilled to hear it. So sorry.
Thank you. I got a 10-minute flag a few minutes ago, but 2 things. We're going to finish with a question. I'm going to hope to save 2 minutes for one question. So if you have a question, get it in your head. So one of the things that I think is interesting about our industry is we're global. It's decentralized. It can be open, operated, employed anywhere, anytime. Regulations are by region and geography. So the two, for multiple reasons, have friction. Regulations move slow. Our industry moves fast. And the two sometimes meet at some point, it feels like, less often. How are regulators looking at, I've seen you all, and Recovering All, move into wanting to embrace the industry. What are the trends you're seeing, and what are groups doing to bridge industry and regulators together to help rise the tide and just move it forward?
Yeah, this is a very good question, and this is a very challenging situation that regulators around the globe are facing, and that's why we meet on different platforms. It could be the FSB, it could be G20 meetings, it could be OECD meetings, it could be other platforms that we always, come together and share our thoughts, the latest practice, what we see in the market. So in order to be vigilant of the possibility of regulatory arbitrage, so when we talk about interoperability, in our perspective, it's not only about cross-chain interoperability, it's also about, cross-boundary, cross-jurisdiction interoperability in terms of the regulatory standards. This is very challenging. And as Commissioner said earlier in her remarks, that the number one challenge that we face is we always lack in time in terms of the innovation. So innovation takes place, and then everybody tries to learn from it, and then by the time you have acquired certain knowledge as to how these things work, how you should regulate them, they change already. So this is going to be, continue to be a challenge. And so we do come to forums like this. We do reach out to blockchain councils, industry groups, pioneers, innovators, to learn from them. And that's why, in terms of, regulatory work, I think we've seen more and more number of sandbox out there in different jurisdictions, organized or coordinated by different regulators. And this is probably part of the reason why this is the case.
Well, that was so well said. I would have very little to add to it, and I know we're limited in time, so I'll only tack on that during our prep session, I described to our panel and our moderator that one of the things I took on as a legacy project during my time as a commissioner was organizing regulators, roundtables, and colleges. The roundtable is an intimate space just for the regulators to come together and have a little bit of a talk about how things are going for us. We can let our hair down and say, oh my goodness, that didn't go super smoothly for us. Did it go smoothly for you? This is what legislation or regulation might look like for us. What does it look like for you? And in the context of the college, it's actually now increasingly industry educating the regulators and teaching us what they're doing in real time, not waiting for issues and crises to arise or evolve so that we can be prepared as technology is evolving. So I'll pause with that, but thanks, Michelle, for that question.
Thank you. We have about 3 minutes left. Does anyone have a question in the audience? You, and then you.
Thank you to the esteemed panel. A question I have regarding global regulatory harmonization is about parameterized compliance primitives that would abstract the structure, allowing variables by jurisdiction that could be written into and called by, certainly cross-chain, and serve as a global compliance authority system where regulators around the world, collaborated on oversight and so on. Parts of that is something I've been working on. I would love the panel's thoughts on the viability of such a concept.
That's really interesting. I don't know if, do you want to comment a little bit on that? I don't know. If
I would just say, from our perspective, it's something that we think should happen at the programmatic layer, right? So we think like the protocols should be as robust and allowed to kind of, be decentralized and move assets and data as possible. But I think like that compliance aspect that you're discussing, I think that completely aligns with, I think, what our thinking is at the smart contract layer.
And I just layer in that, in general, for the U.S., we have been, I said very much earlier on that innovation and growth, in my humble opinion, are not directly in conflict with other values that are usually presented as in conflict, like customer protection. I actually think we do a really good job of aligning these values in the context of regulation, which is in part why our capital markets and derivatives markets are the deepest and most liquid in the world, and why entrepreneurs and CEOs all over the world clamor to offer a public offering on a U.S. securities exchange or into U.S. markets. And so I think having really robust regulation that's harmonized in many ways in the sense of our thoughtfulness of engaging regulators from jurisdictions all over the world as we think about what regulation should look like is the right path in many ways. And I think we've been working to do that. It's been complicated with newer technologies, I would say. Crypto and stable coins have genuinely presented a new frontier for us. That 1936 SEC Supreme Court case, SEC versus Howey, stretched a very long time, almost a century before it became something interesting enough for you to know about, although I've been teaching about it for 20 years. So I would simply say, you know, innovation continues to evolve and regulation should continue to evolve as well.
Well, continuing on that theme of global perspective and how to control global systemic risk, we have institutions such as the BIS, and under which there is IOSCO. So I'm wondering, it is not just about monitoring risk, but actually stopping contagion, because that's very possible today. And what are your thoughts on those kind of that would also be helped by something like a template or a bunch of primitives that would aid us in stopping this kind of global contagion? I was involved on the ground in 2008 when the contagion that started in the US did spread very rapidly, but we had to, triage it all over the place.
Unfortunately, time is up. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll just say really quickly, I think that question is fantastic because it illustrates our strengths and our opportunity areas in the United States regulation. And I simply want to say the focus on global systemic risk is the right focus. In part, the cybersecurity question I was teeing up is a space where we are seeing frictions that really have some potential as the wealth that is poured into cryptocurrency and digital assets and stable coins really grows. We don't want to see a scenario where there is genuinely a disruption that leaves citizens without resources that they've invested. So I think there's great cause for gathering together across jurisdictions and coming up with a baseline set of regulations that would govern the industry and govern markets. I think your point about the 2008 financial crisis should not be overlooked because, to be honest, it was a regulatory failure on our part to see events arise as they did in terms of systemic risk related to markets. So we take that challenge, and I hope we'll be better at being thoughtful about and mitigating the risks that could lead to the next challenge in the next several years as we think about how to regulate or how to stand up alongside innovation in markets.
Just a quick comment. So if I can borrow the practice in the banking supervision aspect. So now we have Basel Committee, we have different standards, we have Basel I, Basel III. And so what's going to happen in some years' time down the road is, potentially some regulatory harmonization. And also we'll then eventually see, hopefully we'll see a globally a standard emerging, regulatory standard emerging. Right now it's high-level principles, but going forward, it for sure is gonna some parameters is gonna come up. So we look forward to arriving that day.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm really grateful for your last comment. That was very good.
Thank you.
Wait, hold on. We have a little surprise.
Oh, you're so.
Hold on. Everyone stay, hold on.
Oh, this is so great. You know, this is so funny. You do know that I was literally just describing this.
So any of you who were at the DC event know that we launched an initiative called an appreciation for those who have not only made lots of sacrifices, but have worked so hard and tirelessly for the digital asset industry and emerging tech in general, who've recently left public service. And therefore, Our dear former commissioner of the CFTC, Kristen Johnson, is our latest recipient of our Public Service Appreciation Award.
I am so grateful. You're so cute. You know, I was totally like, I think she forgot about me.
No, never. We'll never forget.
Thank you. Thanks
All
so
right,
much.
thank
Okay.
you.
Oh,
you.
please, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Will you guys stay? Can someone take a quick picture for me of us? Thank you. You can share your phone as well. Want to share your phone with her? You make it a better picture. We may need Michelle. Yeah, we're not done with all the pictures.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And if you can share pictures, I will share as well. Yours may be better than
Can you
mine.
send them in the email?
Yes. Oh, that'd be a great idea. Yes. Oh, for sure. Thank you for that, Jean. Good suggestion. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
And we're gonna give you a box, because that's like a weapon.
You are a doll.
No,
Did they
thank
tell you?
you.
I asked him, I was like, I didn't get my. I know that. Yeah. Dumpling and Chew and I did an event Yeah, we organized an event. So we should have a coffee or something.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for the last two TED talks of the day, of the morning. So up next is the discussion on preparing for a quantum future. So I'm very pleased to introduce to you Dino Dell'Accio, our Chief Information Officer at the UNJSPF, who will have a presentation about this very important topic. Technology, quantum technology is the present and the future. So we'd like to hear more on this from our Chief CIO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mirko, and thank you everybody for still staying with me. I know that there is another presentation a few minutes before lunch, so thank you for bearing with me. My presentation there is a lot of slides, and the reason why there are a lot of slides is simply because I want to make sure that I have anchors to the concept that I want to share. It's not about reading slide by slide. And if I can fundamentally just summarize the whole purpose of my presentation, it's 4 words: harvest now, decrypt later. As a former auditor, as I always mention, that's my obsession. I'm trying to prepare and be diligent about what can go wrong vis-a-vis my baby, the digital ID that they created for the pension fund. So this is a one-pager to summarize what is the UNJSPF Digital Certificate of Entitlement, or a digital identity for proof of life. For those who were not here last year, I just created this one-pager to summarize everything. So who we are serving the entire UN system. The solution is for proof of life. It serves 72,000 retirees that reside in more than 190 countries. The model that inspired this solution is the self-sovereign identity and verifiable credential. The technology that we use, you heard this morning from Karen Ottoni, it used to be called Hyperledger, it's now called LF, Linux Foundation Decentralized Identity, but was fundamentally a permission private blockchain using biometrics, facial recognition, artificial intelligence, and global positioning system. I know that's a mouthful. The platform, again, it used to be called Hyperledger Indian areas, now it's called LF, Decentralized Identity on the Indy. Regarding personal identifiable information, are only stored on the user device. There are no PII on the blockchain, and there is no transmission of PII. This is my core. Certify, giving assurance to our representative, 193 countries, our board, that indeed this solution is trustworthy, is secure, it's credible. By what?
given that I'm still waiting for an ISO standard to certify blockchain, I used what was available. Certified with ISO 27001, certified with the 42001, the first UN entity to achieve the certification on the responsible use of AI, submitted to the NIST for the face recognition vendor test, and now currently submitted to the attestation, the 30107, to basically demonstrate and confirm that the biometric algorithm can withstand deepfakes. In terms of ethics, we also submitted the application to ethics audit, algorithmic audit. We got some important awards, first and foremost from our UN Secretary General on innovation sustainability, from the Government Blockchain Association on social impact, and also we were a case study of Gartner. Thanks to the British Blockchain Association that early this year invited me to present at their scientific conference, they prepared this for us. In one slide, they were able, with their creative design, to put everything. The challenge on the left side, the key technology, the security compliance, all this ISO certification, the impact and the benefit, the core feature, and the deployment of adoption. For those who are interested in receiving this, we will make definitely these slides available later on. This just, again, for those who were not here last year, the application is real. It's available in the App Store, was deployed in 2021, and as of today, is being used by 55% of our retirees and beneficiary population. These are the ratings, very proud to show that at the beginning it was not 4.7, but much lower, so over the years we made progress. The underlying technology, as I alluded to before, is the Hyperledger Indy with the libraries of Arias, and here is the issue. What kept me awake at night? This is the issue. The fact that although we have a distributed and purpose-built ledger for decentralized identity that allows peer-to-peer introduction, that relies on traditional cryptographic methods. And therefore, it's based on this backbone. Hence, the threat landscaping, post-quantum computing, the timeline concern, I'm not going to debate whether it's going to be 2020, 2030, 2035, whatever that may be, it will be coming. And what is the primary vulnerability? The RSA and the elliptic cryptographic curve that underpins the blockchain identity solution. Hence, the title of this very small presentation. This is the key. Harvest now, decrypt later. Basically, actors, and I'm not going to say who they may be, that start collecting the transaction, although cryptographically secure, with the intent, once the cryptography, the post-quantum computing cryptography becomes available, to decrypt the data. So what are the vulnerabilities? And here I started to drill down on my specific case. The vulnerabilities are in the digital signature compromise, in the decentralized identifier security, in the zero-knowledge proof, in the long-term credential validity, and in the distributed ledger integrity, and therefore the capability of being used as an audit, corroborating audit evidence. So again, go even further, start going more in the drilling down. The DID method updates, the credential signature schemes, the secure messaging, the ledger consensus, and the agent connection between the specific device where the edge agent is stored and it is then replicated on the blockchain itself. So as a former ISO auditor, first and foremost, I start looking at what is ISO offering to guide us in preparing, in apply their due diligence. ISO 15409 on the quantum key distribution, the NIST publication on the standards and guidelines that have been updated, technical white papers, research literature, and solution provider. So I went to the Linux Foundation. I went to the Hyperledger and said, hey, I'm your customer. I'm your client. You're open source. What are you doing? How can you help us? So here I started to get some publication. Indeed, the Linux Foundation does have a specific document to help its client to conduct a threat analysis. And in fact, here you see blockchain and identity, and talks about the issue that we just mentioned. So this is the threat model the impact analysis, the quantum readiness, the prevention mitigation, and the overall evaluation as a step-by-step process that they recommend and they suggest that the client will do. So going another step further down, what are we really talking about in the context of the Hyperledger? We are talking about the decentralized identifier, the signature that are used for those identifiers, and the RSA accumulators for the credential. In the areas library, we are talking about these specific protocols and the zero knowledge proof, and then the vulnerability of the asymmetric encryption with this threat represented by the new quantum algorithm. So, in order to try to understand and to project the timeline of this issue, now, as I alluded to, this is the issue. We need to start doing something immediately in order to start updating, upgrading the current cryptographic primitive to something that will be post-quantum resistant. And then forget about this date. It's possible, maybe it will be 2036 or whatever that may be, but this is what may happen in the short and medium term. So vis-a-vis now the solution that we have implemented with the technical support of the United Nations International Computing Center, this is what we have on our ledger. As you remember, the first slide I indicated, there is no PII, but there are transaction validation data represented by the root hash. We have transaction types, we have transaction timestamp, and we have the sender public signature. So vis-a-vis this condition, as an auditor, criteria, condition, cause, consequence, and corrective action. This is my condition. What I spoke about until now are the criteria. These are the vulnerability. Vis-a-vis the transaction validation data and the root hash, they can be compromised by the post-quantum computing. Vis-a-vis the transaction type, probably there is not that much of a problem, although it depends by what kind of cryptographic primitive do they really use. Vis-a-vis the timestamp, there could be a minimal vulnerability of exposure. And vis-a-vis, of course, the public key, this is one of the biggest area and the biggest issue that we need to take care and address. So I'm looking for working with my colleagues at UNICC to resolve this issue, and indeed we have a plan to do so. So in order to summarize everything, the risk, signature forgery, replay attacks, identity spoofing, harvest now, and blockchain immutability, they affect its integrity. In terms of mitigating strategy, start looking at the new post-quantum resistant encryption protocol that have been approved and tested by NIST, such as those based on lattice-based cryptography, hash-based signature, upgrade the hash function, and try to approach and implement the problem with a hybrid approach. So, specifically speaking, in the INDI, again, my specific solution, do a signature quantum safe bit method, ZKP, and quantum key distribution. Three-phase migration strategy, relevant standards, quantum ready mix. This is the audit. The auditor comes back. How do I measure whether I'm going to be prepared or not, along with my colleague at UNICC? By looking at the percentage of DoD that they will be using post-quantum cryptography. How many resistance level I would be having the zero knowledge proof, key rotation frequency, and the penetration, the node-to-node for the key distribution quantum. I know that my time is up. I have more to say, but I just wanted to share at least this key element of what I'm doing. And of course, because I know that there are subject matter experts in this room, if you have better ideas, suggestions, recommendations, please feel free to share it with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dino. So up next is our next tech talk before our break. And very pleased to introduce Dale Christie, Business Fellow in Blockchain Strategies at FedEx and Chair of the BITA Standards Council. Welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Just when you thought it wasn't going to get any more exciting, we're going to talk about supply chains. I'm honored to be here today. I'm a proud member of GBBC through BIDA Standards Council. FedEx, UPS, and others are founding members of the Standards Council going back to 2017. We're focused on open, harmonized, interoperable movement standards for supply chains. Again, you're hearing a lot of the same types of things, interoperability and harmonization, various things like that. You're going to hear more in this case as well. We see it going in the same direction from that point of view. What I'm going to talk about today is the current GSMI 5.0 supply chain paper, which we published not quite a year ago. FedEx and UPS were co-leads of that. And we really had the opportunity for the first time to talk about what the future of global supply chains looks like. Most people really didn't care much about supply chains until the pandemic, when they couldn't get paper towels and other things off the shelf. And then all of a sudden they became very interested. Why can't I get this? Why is this inconveniencing me? And I've got, a 42-hour seminar to walk you through that if you really are interested in that. But we're going to start basically by kind of going backwards. So kind of a back to the future approach, if you will. In order to look at the future, we had to look at what got us here. And the fact is, we have thousands of years of supply chains and customs and all kinds of things that go back to clay tablets and papyrus and paper, and they've led us to this point. So there's a lot of value in connecting those dots, not only in a rear view mirror, but also looking to the windshield, which gets us to the D word, digital. And so this is one of the most beautiful things you're ever going to see today. I've got about 9 minutes left, so we're going to go deeply into all 70 of these international standards developments entities. This is, I think my friend Michael Darden, this is called the Onion, and it does actually have value, and I'm going to very quickly get to that. So when we look at international standards development organizations, there are the second row up here. You're going to start seeing the dots filling in here. These 18 or so is what we drilled down into in this paper, and they represent 150 years of the best that we've come up with so far at the international standards development level. That's world customs and IATA and everything else. Most of these, if you think of the ground up, most of these are focused on an industry. They're focused on customs, they're focused on air, maritime, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And again, they have done the best they can do, and they've all done fantastic work to get us to 2025. However, I would tell you that I work for FedEx, which goes to 220 countries and territories. So does UPS, so does DHL. And I would challenge that the default position for the future actually looks like this. It doesn't start at the ground up. It starts from space, essentially the International Space Station level, where at this level, there is no company, there is no industry, there are no borders. Data knows no geographic borders. And so for us to continue to put our blinders on and say, well, here's what it looks like today, we're missing the opportunity for breakthrough thinking, which says, let's make it work from here. And at that level, again, data knows no borders. So we have to think our way from that point of view. And I would tell you that there actually is a sequence here, and I'll go through several steps fairly quickly. First of all, what we have to get to is harmonized and interoperable. We've got about 60,000 standards at this point, but they're not harmonized, they're not interoperable. Again, if you think of the onion, they've grown up separately, right? They've grown up from the ground up, but they don't connect at the top down. That's part of what we need to do. We need to get to the point where these simply work amongst all of essentially you here in the audience that would be international standards development entities. And we also have to normalize how we consume data and create that. Again, we've never thought of it that way, and the 18 that we looked at represent 150 years. So you can only imagine what those go back to the railroad, they go back to maritime, they go back to the others as well. Once we can harmonize, we then get to the word open, which is a very key word in that economy, in that global economy. Most international standards development have started off in more of a B2B, a business-to-business scenario. And so charging a company for the use of standards wasn't a big deal for any of you as large companies. But for a lone entrepreneur who's trying to get into this at this point in time, it's a barrier to entry. It's essentially a toll road. And of the 18 that we looked at, 10 are currently open. Their standards are open. We successfully worked with World Customs to open their standards. They didn't used to be open, but now they're open. IATA has open standards. Others that we looked at also have open standards. Certainly that's the future. That's where this must go. And from an effort point of view, that will be one of the efforts we're trying to accomplish, is to work with those 18 or so that are in this document, and little by little work our way to that point. Again, some people, that's their revenue model. I would argue that a revenue model can be consulting, it can be all kinds of things, but it doesn't necessarily have to be standards. Open standards should be literally that. And what we're talking about here are barriers to the future of the global supply chain. And by reducing that kind of friction, the things that we're talking about here, I think it unlocks billions, maybe even $1 trillion or $2. There's that much tied up in, how can we reduce friction at the borders, friction across borders, paper, delays, resources, lots and lots of those kinds of things as well. Once we get to open, we get to the really exciting part of this, which is the D word, digital, because it's really all about digital. Forget standards, forget movement, forget blockchain, forget all of that stuff. The gateway to this is digital. Once we digitize, once we get into that side of things, we are now literally at the moment in all of human history, literally, for 3,000 or so years back, where we've created this chain of custody, essentially, a custodial kind of a relationship where somebody was moving across a river early, maybe tapestries or something like that, all the way to now multimodal, intermodal, all the rest of those things. But they all require paper, dozens, in some cases, dozens of documents to get something around the world. Once we can digitize, we unlock all of that. And once we move forward, that's the gateway to get us to digital identity, which is another holy grail type of a thing. AI, blockchain, it gets us to all these things once we get to the D word. There's also, again, a historical perspective here, which is much of this could be predicted. We may not have known that in 2007 the iPhone would come out, but we can go back for literally several thousand years and look at everything from customs to all the rest of these things, and they are actually network effect. This flywheel has been spinning faster and faster and faster to get to that point, whether you want to talk about the metric system or the industrial age or whatever the case may be, but we are literally at that moment in time where the rear view mirror is essentially paper to move items around the globe, and the windshield is digital. And once we digitize that, we unlock all kinds of possibilities. Another key component here that most people still aren't thinking about, and when I first got involved with this multiple years ago, people were trying to simply monetize it on the blockchain side of things. I would argue that there's two layers here. One's public and one's proprietary. And the public side is a pro-competitive side. This is consumer friendly. We need to work together to create standards, open, harmonized digital standards, and that's got to move us forward here. Certainly, people are in business to be in business. They will all have their proprietary layers. We believe there will be an open foundational layer underneath this. And very quickly, it's not the first time we've seen it. Co-opetition exists back to the rail industries in the late 1800s, the air and auto industries in the early 1900s. And the internet is the first of the global ones. So we finished our global our global standards mapping initiative with several things that we recommend we see happening by 2035 and beyond. Actually, I can't show you the whole thing, but fully decentralized, we believe. Blockchain or other similar technologies are going to be out there. AI certainly will optimize and make procurement and other decisions as well. Robotics and autonomous vehicles certainly will be a key piece of this. And digital identity. I am who I say I am will absolutely rule the day from that point of view. Final comment I'll make, and I'll wrap up. We finished this document with a call to action. The time is now to work with international standards development organizations, to work with key stakeholders, the FedExes, the UPSs, the Amazons, I don't care, of the world, to the benefit of all. We need to create open, harmonized standards that are digital, and now we unlock all kinds of things moving forward. I thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you all. It's now time for a break. We'll be reconvening in about an hour. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our session, afternoon session. So this afternoon, we're turning into a very interesting topic, the topic of tokenization and how it can have a positive impact on social projects and social issues. So connections to SDG 1, which is no poverty, zero poverty, and SDG 17, partnerships for the goal. This panel will explore how tokenized assets can expand access to markets, lower transaction costs, and foster transparency, particularly for underserved communities. So moderating the discussion is Yvette Valdez, partner at Latham & Watkins. She's joined by a distinguished panel of Rajiv Barma of Moody's Rating. We also have Sarah Hammer of the Wharton School, Jason Lau of Ox, and Manoj Ramia of Digital Asset. Welcome them to the floor. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. So thanks everyone for joining. I think we have a pretty interesting conversation and we could definitely talk for much longer than half hour, but we will limit the discussion. Tokenization has certainly been a buzzword for a while, but there's particular parts of the financial markets that are really being transformed currently. So maybe I'll start off the question to the panel is, what's real today in terms of tokenization? What's the potential and the possibility and what's hype? And maybe we'll start with Jason.
Oh, cool. Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Jason. I'm Chief Innovation Officer at OKX. We're a large global crypto exchange and platform. We provide trading and wallet and self-custodial services to users globally, institutions and retail. And so to answer your question, from where we stand, stablecoins have been and continue to be sort of that forefront in the push for tokenization, right? This is taking dollars and putting it on chain, allowing anyone to use it without many of the barriers or access issues that people may face. So we're building a lot of products around that primitive, basically, making sure users around the world have access easily to convert from their local currency, for example, but also to earn, say, yield, for example, on top of those digital dollars that they hold. And I'll pause there quickly. Yeah.
Sarah, I believe you wanted to layer on.
Oh, thank you. I want to start by saying thank you to you, Yvette, for moderating this discussion. And I want to say thank you to Sandra Rowe, who's sitting in the back, who I've known for a while and am really grateful to have the opportunity to be here today, and all the great folks at GBBC. This is an incredible event and it's been going on for years and I'm just pleased to be a part of it. I'm Sarah Hammer. I'm previously of the Wharton School. I was Executive Director for Strategic Initiatives there and CEO of our Emerging Technology Accelerator, which was focused on blockchain and artificial intelligence and quantum computing. I'm now Managing Director at Charles Schwab, where I head trading, digital assets, and artificial intelligence compliance for the firm. But I'll have to caveat by saying my views are my own and not those of my employer. So I just wanted I'll be as brief as possible. I know we have a lot to get to in today's discussion, but I've had the privilege of working with the UN and the International Telecommunications Union, which houses AI for Good and is very focused on the SDGs. I sat on the board there for 5 years. And I've also had the privilege of working with companies that are using tokenization for sustainable purposes. And when I say that, I mean tokenized forms of healthcare data so that folks can port their individual information safely, securely, and more efficiently, using tokens actually to port energy information to increase efficiency, and of course, stable coins and cross-border payments. And I'll just add that in my experience, I was astounded to learn that the transaction cost for many folks who have to send money home overseas can be upwards of 30, 50%. And that is just devastating for folks who really need to get those funds home. So tokenization is real in many ways, but when we get deeper into the discussion about the interoperability and the operational constraints that we have, I think it's an important conversation to have as we think about what tokenization will mean going forward.
I think the use cases you just raised preliminarily are actually about providing access, right? Providing access and democratizing access. What are the use cases that potentially continue to be aspirational, and where are we trying to get to?
So you're asking me, right, Yvette? I don't want to speak for my colleagues. I mean, tokenization can be very useful in some cases. So I mentioned the use cases in healthcare, for example, and certainly there are a lot of issues in healthcare related to access and cost, and using tokenization for things like porting data, for example, or even supply chain management for surgical devices, which I've seen that in my experience running the accelerator, can help reduce cost overall in the system and provide access for folks that need it. I think going forward, there's a lot of work to be done on how we can actually implement some of the use cases that we think about, right? So how do we expand the use of tokenization and porting information and making supply chain and things like healthcare, for example, more efficient? And I think there's operational work to do in that respect. I think there's interoperability work. Everyone here is probably thinking about what's happening in the news with companies issuing more tokenized stocks and tokenizing their own equity and all of the regulatory issues that need to be discussed around that. And I think, just to give a really small example, I could tokenize, like suppose I want to tokenize some data from the United Nations. So I have a piece of data that I want to tokenize so that I can put it on blockchain, I memorialize it, I want to use it for different things, I want to port it securely and enjoy the immutability of the blockchain. But someone else can purport to actually tokenize the same data. Just like if I tokenize an Apple stock and Apple actually tokenizes their own stock, that actually means two different things. And a lot of it goes to what are you actually promising when you create that digital asset? What do the legal documents say? What are you representing? And what are you holding in custody? Is it data? Is it the data that you need? Are you the owner of that data, for example? Do you have the stock in custody? These are questions that I know the GBBC is working on. And I think taking a look at their risk management principles, which came out recently, could be really useful. But I believe we have a lot of work to do in that respect.
You raised some good points, I think, with the tokenization of Apple stock example, for instance. And I want to ask Rajiv and Manoj to weigh in here. You know, there's a lot of focus right now in sort of the introduction of new risks and what that could mean, and also the overlay of regulation and how we sort of deal with it. If tokenization becomes widespread, what are the new risks that we're introducing into the system that then we're going to have to grapple with?
Sure. So Rajiv Vamra, I oversee the global strategy and operations for digital economy at Moody's Ratings. Basically, my job is to help Moody's do what we do in the conventional world and replicate that in the digital world by using our methodologies, frameworks, and risk models. So I would start by saying, which I always try and say at every panel, is we strongly believe that an asset, that credit is credit and bond is bond, right? What is actually changing is the tokenization aspect or the digitalization aspect of the assets and the way they are being digitized and wrapped into those tokens. That's very important to understand. So what tokenization is doing, it's not getting rid of existing risks, it's just reshaping those risks as well as introducing new unknown risks. And those risks are, I can think of operational risk, for example. So we are adding layers of process like minting, burning, on-chain settlement, on-chain payments, for example. And it's very important to understand how that is going to have an impact on the asset life cycle or the credit life cycle of the asset. The other one can be considered as cyber risks. So smart contracts, bridges, wallets, vaults, they all introduce new forms of cyber risks and are very easy vectors for cyber attackers to actually go after and low-hanging fruits for those cases. So it's important to understand the integration and the interoperability between participants offering those services, as well as do the due diligence in terms of auditing and related assurance services, so kind of activities. The other thing I can think of is custodians or custodial risks. In the traditional world, we have a very well-defined custody value chain. In the digital world, we still don't have that, especially if we talk about token native issuances. And it's very important to understand whether the key management policies and processes, as well as the required cyber-related policies and processes, are active and can actually handle any attack that may happen on the wallet. So if a custodian goes down, or if there is a smart contract violation, who is liable for the asset that may be attacked or lost? It's very important from a credit ratings perspective or final risk assessment perspective to understand that aspect. And I will wrap it up by adding one more, which is we generally bucket it as external risks, but it covers legal regulations, any third-party risk management related efforts, which is also important because in our view, laws are still catching up. So the example I use, smart contract exploits, who is responsible if something goes wrong and the asset is lost or the token is lost? Is it the exchange? Is it the custodian, or is it the developer? So it's very important for us to understand who will be liable for the promise that a credit rating agency like Moody's is expected to actually assess and put out a rating. So these are the aspects that we've been trying to work on and research on by building key risk indicators. And this is in addition to the known risks that I mentioned earlier that our methodologies and our frameworks already cover. And that's why we've been able to rate digital bonds, tokenized funds. We are talking to stablecoin issuers to understand how they're structured. There's a need to know the market value risk as soon as you talk about crypto assets because of the volatile nature they bring to the table, which is also a new form of risk, which is very high and exponential compared to those in the traditional world. So I'll just pause there and I'm sure Manoj has more to add.
Yeah, and maybe to jump off on that last point about legal risk, I think what we're seeing is this nomenclature problem even within tokenization of things like stocks, where you have people that are saying that they're tokenizing a stock, where what they're doing is creating some sort of special purpose vehicle, buying the equity in that vehicle, then issuing a token against that vehicle, versus an alternative where the token is actually, what you think of a token is something that is, the holder has the same legal rights against the issuer that the holder of a non-tokenized stock would. So you've got these two different instruments out there under the same name that I think is causing a lot of market confusion. And I think there are very real regulatory and policy concerns, especially when you have people that are, ad hoc tokenizing things on their own without the permission of the issuer, versus a proper process where you're actually able to bring the sort of the books and records for that instrument onto a blockchain. And I think that latter approach is really where you're going to see a lot of the benefits, where you're really getting everyone to the same place in terms of technology. You're having the data that's actually able to synchronize. And for quick background, so I'm the general counsel of Digital Asset. We created the Canton Network. And about a month or 6 weeks ago, there was a press release put out where a number of participants in our network used what you would call a tokenized treasury or an on-chain treasury that was used in a repo transaction on a Saturday afternoon settled against USDC. So there you see a very tangible benefit of something that you just can't do today. It was off hours. It was settled instantly because it was on a blockchain using USDC. And there's a very real benefit that, in the abstract is sort of this esoteric thing, but you think about it, on an accretive basis of what that means for a market-wide perspective, you see some very real changes to the market that could happen from that type of thing.
Yeah, I really appreciate my colleagues' comments. And I think a good example of what's just been said is the announcement about the potential use of stable coins and other digital assets as collateral for derivatives. So this is a very interesting use case and could potentially increase efficiencies, reduce cost, lead to instant settlement, improve credit, for example, and free up more capital for other uses. But there are still a lot of issues to work out. On the regulatory front, for example, interoperability and even conversion from stablecoin to USD, because then you would have a settlement mismatch. So one of the promises of settling on blockchain using stablecoins is almost instantaneous settlement, whereas you would still need to convert to US dollars or another currency at some point where you still have a longer settlement period. But as you mentioned, using stable coins 24/7 can allow the markets to function all the time. And this has great efficiencies and will increase the flow of capital. And I just wanted to go back briefly to the smart contract flaw, because I was talking with a colleague of mine. We worked together on the memorialization of the mRNA technology on blockchain a few years ago. And I was asking, how does it actually happen that an attacker would be able to, for example, steal money from Wormhole, for example, or steal digital assets, or the Bybit hack, I think is a good example where a cold wallet was actually penetrated and social engineering was used in that case. So in the first example, Wormhole, which is a decentralized finance bridge to convert digital assets, there was a flaw in the smart contract. And it's well known that this terrorist organization spent a long time studying the smart contract, found the flaw, and took advantage of it. Whereas in the second example, Bybit, the cold wallet was accessed using social engineering. So using some old techniques and some new ones too, there are new vectors for attack on the cybersecurity side. And these are all things that it sounds like all of you are working on and will continue to work on together.
Can I just layer on one point to this with respect to the cyber risk, which is very real? I guess my question probably geared more towards Manoj. Our regulatory system does not really directly regulate the service providers, the security service providers in our financial market system. They really serve as third-party service providers, and the SEC, CFTC, and our financial market regulators expect that the registrant has policies and procedures to be able to diligence and vet. It doesn't actually reach those entities. Given this risk, which I would say is heightened as compared to other processes, do we need new regulations or a rethinking of how we regulate? Because it should continue to sort of self-solving. How do we think about our existing regulatory structure regarding cyber risk and this entrant of cyber risk and how we solve for that?
That's a really good question, because I think there is a mental model shift that would be required from regulators. Everyone talks about principles-based regulation. You want to regulate the activity and not the participant. I think that's all fine, but there's also this just a generic statement if you think about custody of digital assets. Well, whoever has the key is the custodian, and it's never really interrogated to think about, well, what does that mean at a technical level? And how do we properly apportion responsibility to the people with the keys or the people that may lose the keys? So even if you're not, I don't know if it means that you have to regulate the cybersecurity provider, but to really rethink the liability regimes, at least, to create the proper incentives to ensure that even heightened diligence is done. Because to Rajiv's point, the consequences can be catastrophic if you lose your keys. Right? It's much easier to lose value in this space, and you really need to think about creating the right incentives to make sure that everyone is diligenced and held accountable.
And just to add, I don't think we've even figured that out for digital value today in terms, for example, our data, right?
Yeah.
Companies lose our data all the time. Doesn't seem to, we haven't figured out a solution for something as simple as that. And that's not even keys related, right? That's just as simple as storing data properly. So yeah, we still have a little bit of ways to go. But I just want to bring back to the earlier point about, we talk about tokenization, the benefits, right? Like the settlement on the weekend, for example. As starting to be practical. I do want to emphasize that it is practical and applicable and live today, right? Like, for example, we, as an exchange, we settle with our clients 24/7. We support assets, traditional assets like Franklin Templeton's Benji money market fund on chain, BlackRock and their BIDO fund, and stablecoins, obviously. So I think a lot of these benefits are already being showcased in real life today, in sort of a global context and crypto market context, but they're now starting to bleed into the traditional world as we bring on traditional collateral and financial assets and sort of merge these two sort of the infrastructure between these two ecosystems. So it's very fascinating to see.
Can I add to what Manoj said earlier, and actually Jason touched upon it, is from a risk perspective, they talked about the benefits, and so I'll just wear the risk hat here. It's important to understand that when we receive information to rate a new asset, digital or non-digital, we get reps and warranties from the issuer. And the digital assets, in some cases, they clearly mention it's same CUSIP, same rights. It's very important for us to understand the difference between that, because that's not the case in true sense all the time. Because when it's a conventional asset, all investors have the same right should the asset default, but that may not be the case with the tokenized version of the same collateral which is being assessed or rated. And it's important from the asset representation risk perspective to understand if that token is carrying the exact same rights that they're promising the actually underlying collateral, because the investors are then carrying the risk of not being paid in full should there be a default of any kind. And that's one important aspect that also needs to be addressed. And to Jason's point about OKX offering trading and settlement, from Moody's perspective, we give very high importance and differentiate between, I think that's probably also pertaining to the first question you asked, between real and aspirational aspect, right? So we strongly track and try to look for scale, standardization, and integration with the legacy market infrastructure. It's very important to understand where the integration points of this innovation technology is going to actually be with the legacy infrastructure, because to my earlier point, you're now adding a new layer of technology which is unknown to a lot of people, especially within our own institutions as well. It's a small group of team that is devoted to this, but the rest of the organization is doing the BAU work, and they are not close to digital assets as we are. So it's important to understand how that may have any impact on the nature of the businesses changing and the markets changing, because that will impact a BAU in the long run. So it's the culture mindset of the market, and then like we were discussing before the panel, it's also cultural mindset of your own institution and company, where you have to bring them up to speed as to what's happening, how things are changing, and how innovative solutions are needed, not only on the technology side, but also on the legal compliance, risk management, your models, methodologies, everything needs to have an innovative solution or innovative minds running that solution. And I think that's the change that we will potentially see.
I think it's going back to your point about not necessarily having the same rights of a tokenized asset, and really understanding what the rights are that you have under that tokenized asset. If you take the stock, for instance, actually Commissioner Pearson made a statement regarding this, that if you really can't enforce against the issuer and you have synthetic rights as a holder, effectively, you don't actually have that security. You really have a security-based swap. And so, you need the regulator to be able to, or you need some form of regulatory clarity, which we know that they're working on regarding the security, so that the transfer agents are on board, right? I think Manoj and the Treasury Securities Project is quite unique in the sense that the banks themselves sort of serve as the official record keepers in Treasury securities. And you've got the right folks participating that actually hold the record for the Fed. But when it comes to public stock, you actually need the SEC to ensure that there is sort of that value chain goes down, and that the transfer agent is the one actually recording that change. Because absent that, I think you just have a synthetic right, and it's really a security-based swap.
I will note we had great legal advice on our project for that.
Yeah, just to give a really brief example that was in the news recently is the offering by Galaxy. So they actually did a tokenized equity offering, but they are the company, right? So the offering was equity in the token form, versus someone saying, I'm going to sell you Apple stock in a tokenized form and I will hold it in custody. And you have to take a hard look at the documentation and the reps and warranties, for example, and liability. And then also you want to have regulatory clarity. So that's two very different things. And I think part of that too is education for the users or the consumers or investors of those assets. People need to understand what they're investing in, and there needs to be a consolidated effort towards standardizing what's offered in the markets.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got 1 minute left, and I want to throw the question out there for everyone to just quickly answer. In sort of preparing for this panel, I came upon some interesting projections regarding tokenization financial markets, where the projected range by 2030 really ranged from 2 to 3 trillion on a conservative basis to 10 to 16 trillion on a fairly bullish basis by 2030 would have tokenized assets in the financial markets. I think just given the conversation, there's obviously this value that we're really trying to unlock, but there's challenges and risks along the way. What's sort of the one roadblock that you think we need to overcome in order to even come close to those projections? I'll start with you.
Okay, thank you. That's a really poignant question. You got right to the heart of it. And there are so many things that are essential for us to work on, think about, unpack as we think about pushing forward on tokenization. But I'm actually, I'm a lawyer and a former trader myself, but I'm going to pick a non-finance, non-legal issue, which is what you mentioned, Manoj, which is culture. When you think about the vendor relationships that you have or your custodial arrangement or the banks that you work with, having a cultural fit with your firm is very important for the technical integration. And also, when you do identify those vectors of vulnerability, or if there is a cyber attack or some other nefarious activity taking place, you want to be working with partners who are really going to support you and partner and view you as a priority versus it's merely a third-party relationship. And I think that's an important point in the digital asset space that a lot of people don't necessarily think about. Yeah, that's right.
So I think I'm on the bullish side of those numbers. I think it will be on the higher end, but I think the big roadblock is regulatory clarity, like you said, Yvette, on making clear to the market the difference between a true on-chain instrument versus some sort of synthetic token. And I think if that confusion persists, that's going to be a big impediment to adoption, because a lot of people are going to get burned by buying the wrong thing and not realizing it.
I think I would talk about regulatory fragmentation, which I think the clarity would solve. Regulatory clarity would solve, not the Clarity Act per se, but it would. Of course, interoperability between blockchains and legacy infrastructure. I mentioned that earlier. Custody complexity, which is a major risk today that we see. And I think one important aspect is, which I don't think we touched upon, is the missing secondary market liquidity. Today, there are no secondary markets for digital assets. So even if you keep issuing, you need that secondary markets for it to be then consumed and then build those markets there as well. So I think those are the aspects that need to be addressed for us to reach a conservative or the higher end of the number, and that vision of on-chain capital markets is a few years away and all of these issues and standardization, everything needs to be solved for us to get there.
Just quickly, and tying it back to sort of the point of this panel here at the UN General Assembly, and it's for good, right? Like the whole point of this is increasing access. Today already stablecoins do that. I think that's the most important point to take away for all of us. And the barrier to doing that is actually, we don't believe that digital assets actually have value. That's the issue. Most of us, I can wager, don't hold digital assets in their phone or in their wallet today. And we don't trust that, it's the same as a dollar or something like that. We're seeing that globally happening as we speak. And as that progresses, that cultural shift of owning digital assets, that's the breakthrough that we will need.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Let's round of applause for my panel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, we're going to stay. Stand, stand, stand. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We are now turning to a conversation on sustainability, how organization can build strategies that make a real impact from the inside out. And so I'm very pleased to welcome Teresa Virgen Torres, Vice President of Front of the House Operations of Golden State Warriors, here in conversation with Paul Rapino, Senior Vice President of Enterprise Business Development and Industry Standards at the Hedera Foundation. Please welcome them both to the front. Thank you.
Thank you, and it's always great to come back to GBBC. Spent 5 years here, and I look at the faces of the team, and I know the shock of like trying to get the speakers in place and get everything on track. And as always, this is a great event. So this was actually set up as a fireside chat, but since there's really no fire, I'm gonna change the genre because we have the privilege of being with the Golden State Warriors. So this is more like a press table. So I think there's a press conference almost, right? So I want to welcome Teresa to GBBC and to the event. We're going to talk today about how she's worked on the team to build what we call sustainability from the ground up, how they built it into their whole culture, both in the building and then with the team. So glad to have you on board. Love to hear your story of how you got involved.
Thank you. Well, what a privilege to be here. It's the first time. Everyone hear me okay? I'm going to start getting this closer to me. Perfect. Excellent. Thank you. What a privilege to be here representing the entire team at Chase Center Arena. As the Vice President of Front of House Operations, I oversee multiple teams that make sure that we bring Chase Center Arena and Thrive City to life with every event that we have. I'm actually over our custodial and sustainability teams, our guest experiences team that welcome everyone to the venue from the first touch point, our parking and transportation team, our time and attendance. So many teams that make up exactly who we are and want to be in all areas and who drive our goals when it comes to sustainability and other areas as well that I'm sure we'll get into. I actually joined right before the arena opened in 2019. So I feel like I'm growing up with Chase Center. We're now in our 6th year. A lot has happened, but it's exciting to be able to share it with all of you. It's the first time I'm here, so this for me is a special treat. So thank you for having me.
Can you talk about some of the innovation that you find fascinating when you came into the project?
Absolutely. We built Chase Center Arena with sustainability in mind, and LEED Gold certification was our very first stop. And it shows up in different ways, but one of the areas I really love to talk about is how we preserve and conserve water. And in LEED certification, right, there are all these criteria and all these different ways that we have to make sure that we show our dedication and commitment long term. So when you're talking about water conservation, for us, it shows up different ways. One of the first ways, and I don't know how many of you have actually been to Chase Center, but I hope that you do visit, and we welcome you to, of course, be there with us. Even before you enter the venue, on Thrive City, we have incredibly beautiful landscape. and how we make sure that we don't sacrifice that landscaping by conserving water is to make sure, for example, that we use native plants, right? Because it helps to make sure that we don't overuse our water, that our irrigation system really works for us, that the soil that we use, I mean, every single part of our landscaping is built with that in mind. So our irrigation system is something definitely that I think about when I walk through in these spaces. The other space that I think about though is once you're inside, we actually have a gray water recovery system that is built into Chase Center. And so what does that mean? It means that it harvests all of our water. We're talking our sinks, our showers, and also the collection of water, right, from our rain. And we make sure that through that stormwater collection and that we process it actually on site, and then we're able to reuse it and at on site in our restroom fixture. So for me, thinking about water all the time, it's one of the areas that we continue to monitor. We've seen that by monitoring, we're able to save and we're able to make sure that we continue to make more progress, right? Our goal is to be as sustainable as possible. And we've seen just alone with our landscaping that we've had 60% of water conservation when we're comparing it to our baseline. And with our gray water recovery system, we've actually saved 3 million gallons of water each year. So for us, it's critical that we continue in this way.
Yeah. One of the things that fascinated me is, the Golden State Warriors have won 7 championships, right? And several in that new building. But when we were talking earlier, she made the comment that she sees games completely different than we would as fans. Talk about the difference of like how you go to a game versus how a fan would go to a game.
Absolutely. It's for me, when I walk the arena, I'm thinking about what's going to happen before the event, and we greet our guests. And I shared with you that I always take a moment to enjoy, right, as someone walking in with incredible enthusiasm, whether it's to one of our games or an event. We actually have concerts yesterday and today as well. And one of the things I think about is all of talk about trash, right? Like we know it, we're going to have some waste management. So when you walk into the arena, I want to provide the very best food and experience for you. And I'm also thinking about how will we make sure that we don't contaminate these waste streams. And we have 3 of them. We have our compost material, we have our recycling material, and then we have our landfill. And the least amount of landfill is what our target is. And so when you utilize our foodware, you're using compostable materials. So you're talking all of the forks, the bowls, right? Every single thing that you're utilizing. We also will ask you as a guest to pre-sort with us. So when you're using the trash receptacles, you'll see that they're pre-labeled, and you actually begin our process so that by the time we get to the team that's dedicated and trained, that we actually have sorting teams ready to go every single day, that on an event day, like the concert that we're having today, we have them pre-event, during the event, and post-event. So we become a 24-hour operation just to make sure and fully engage everything that we can so that we can continue to not get behind on our sorting. And I'm so proud of that team. That team does an incredible job at knowing how to very efficiently sort, that we actually have less than 5% in contamination against our streams. So they work very quickly, diligently, but I definitely think of waste management, which I don't think actually comes to mind for most people as they're walking through the arena. We have all sorts of other ways, but certainly that for me is probably the biggest change since I've joined the arena operations team.
So on the, I don't know if you got it or if the team's making it available, but I don't know if you were able to see them or if Sandra's making them available, but the use case booklets, are those publicly available? Did you already promote them 5 times? So that's amazing, first of all, just a little aside here, how hard that is to get those together. But my point is, we're moving beyond the talk of this is the technology. We're not talking about blockchain. We're not talking about AI, right? It's impacting daily business, daily life. And can you talk about how you think about technology, or do you, how much less you think of it since things are more efficient? Like, how do you guys think about that in terms of the stadium design, development? What does that actually look like?
Absolutely. You know, we have corporate partners who we of course share our goals and share our commitment and our vision. And we talk with them about different areas that we'd like to focus on when it comes to our sustainability efforts and our practices. So for example, when we're talking about food justice and we're talking about climate action, and we're thinking about, you know, how many trees to replant as community in the community together, we're tracking everything. And, you know, in addition to waste management, one of the things that we knew, for example, that we need to monitor closely and utilize technology was to make sure that our excess food, right? Like you go in and it's going to happen. We're going to have some excess food, and what do we do with it? So our partners, we make sure that we, instead of just creating landfill or the ability to compost, that we actually donate it. And so we track very carefully how it is that we can save the food that we can and then use it to donate it. And it actually does help us. We partner with DoorDash so that the donations are in real time and we don't wait very long. And because of this, since we just started this program in 2023, we've been able to donate over 65,000 meals and be able to give them to the communities located just 7 miles from the venue. And so for us, being able to leverage how we're tracking and how we are using all that we can as our resources, so our partners make a very big difference about innovative ways that they can contribute to us too, and the visions that they have, because we share similar goals. And so every time that we partner with someone, we are of course generating new ideas to continue the movement forward, right? Because we know that our beliefs are there, and so when we share them out to identify others that we're working with, gets us even, you know, to farther places together. We're just in our 6th year, so I feel like there's still so much to be able to do.
Got it. You mentioned earlier that the fans get involved with the sustainability initiatives. Can you talk about how you instill that in them and the passion that you mentioned last night about that, how they do that?
Absolutely. So we already talked about how we were, you know, we need all of you, right, to help us pre-sort in waste management. But in-game activations and engagement is huge for us. And so we have over 18,000 seats of fans who are there and who can actually help us take on initiatives. So one of the things that we did for sustainability was ask them what should be the next activation that we do. And one of the things that we had them do was vote during games about what they wanted us to do in the community. And everyone overwhelmingly said, you need to go out and plant trees. And so that's what we did with our partner at Kimberly-Clark. And we are very proud of that. It is because of the fan engagement that it also inspires our employee engagement, that we all get it. You know, we're doing this, it takes all of us, right? Like I can be here with the teams and the teams understand the training, but the commitment, it's what lets us do this over and over again. We also have another partnership with Starry where we invite fans to bring sneakers that they no longer use. So we have our sustainability souls activation, and they, of course, we, instead of going to a landfill, we redirect where these sneakers are used. And sneaker culture is huge, right? So we meet people where they are, and we know that if we can engage in this way, it's fun, it's easy, they get it, they want to contribute, and are just finding ways on how to do this. So for us to be able to partner in this way, I feel like it's a win for everyone.
So the culture is important, but then you've got the whole player side. And from what I've understood is some of the players really get involved in the sustainability side. Can you talk at all about how that's working or how they work around different projects?
Absolutely. You know, with the, thank you. Yes, because it takes, like I said, everyone, including our players and what they're passionate about. And on our social channels, we actually just talked about the ability to divert some of this food waste, right, and to actually donate it when there's excess food. So you'll see on our channels that our WNBA team, the Valkyries inaugural season, actually are talking about Pass the Plate, which is our program that we partner with Replate and with DoorDash, and we're talking about how we do this together. So when a player is passionate about an activation, or that because it drives an area that they believe in, it only goes so much farther. And I think that, you know, the stories are what tell and are able to share out what others can do without having to be a player, right? Or having to be someone that they feel like, only certain people get to do that. It reaches them wherever they're at. As a fan who's walking in with a pair of sneakers, as a player who's talking about how we also think about excess food outside, when they're off the court, and how important it is to be a part of our community in this way, I do think tells a story overall about our sustainability. So to be able to have that and talk about that and have them live it with us, I think for me drives my work for sure, which is why I'm, hopefully you can catch my, infectious piece of this. Sustainability is huge for me, but I also think that once people understand it's not that difficult, we're removing all barriers to get there. We haven't even talked about transportation yet, right? Like there are so many different ways that you can be a part of this, whether, you're on the floor as a basketball player doing this professionally, or whether you're walking in for the very first time, or just hanging outside on the plaza.
How do you measure that year over year? Like, what are your metrics for success every year?
Yeah, so we, of course, have our yearly goals. And because we do monitor day to day, we want to make sure that we continue to see improvement. And so we have an incredible arena operations team that dedicates to the data, right, and are able to collect this information. And then we think about where these investments are going and whether we need to make these modifications. So we have ongoing work groups, and then in partnerships with these other partners, we're able to say, should we do something differently or should we not? So for us, take our transportation piece, right? Like in transportation, before we built Chase Center, we knew that we wanted to be a public transit first arena. And so we built a bus stop right in front of the arena. So your view, right? It's always, I come from public transit, so I know that the first mile and the last mile is always the barrier to people saying, well, I don't want to use public transportation. And so to have a stop right in front of us is huge. We have, of course, a partnership with the city, and we measure how many people take public transportation, but we incentivize. So your ticket to our venue for an event is actually your free pass to get on Muni in San Francisco. And it includes the bus, it includes the light rail. And so we are incentivizing, of course, our guests to take advantage of beautiful San Francisco and explore during the daytime without limits, and then join us afterward. And sure, grab a bite to eat outside and while in the good weather, and then come inside for the game. So to be able to measure year after year and say, okay, perhaps it's a promotion piece or people don't know about it, we'll think about it differently in our communications, or perhaps is evaluating and reflecting through our own fan base. Like, did you utilize public transportation to get there? We have over 300 bike valet spaces that we offer for free. So if that's a mode of transportation that you can use, have you tried it? How can we improve? And so it's these constant metrics around these areas that we want to make sure that we offer, and that if they're not working for some reason, but we know they're good ideas, how do we improve on them? So for us, all of these different alternative modes continues to add to the overall sustainability efforts that we're engaging in.
So when you think about UNGA this week and the sustainability goal or the 2030 goals, like how does that come into your planning and vision?
Makes me think of technology, right? Because for us, I do believe that there's still more to leverage for us as an organization and as a team in all of these areas. We see that people are responding to what we have to offer. And, on our own website, we have a sustainability page. We monitor how we're offering the information, and on our social channels. And so technology and being data-driven is huge for us, because that's truly the way to discover whether we're on the right path or we need to make adjustments. And of course, continuing to explore further partnerships is also another way. Perhaps there's something we're not quite thinking about yet. Our goal ultimately is to reduce our carbon footprint, and how we're going to get there long term is by leveraging everything that we can figure out and have data on. So for us, ultimately 2030 and beyond, is that we want to continue to model sustainability for a large scale venue that offers entertainment, but doesn't sacrifice in this space that we want to be leaders in this area. So how you think of Chase Center next time you go will be interesting for me now that you've heard a little bit about the behind the scenes piece, but certainly I think about it day in and day out and it drives my work. The team is so committed. I'm so proud to work with some of the most passionate people who are inspiring and who really truly have committed their roles to making us the place that they are.
So talk about the facility, because you guys moved from Oakland, I guess 6 or 7 years ago, probably. Talk about how that land was converted and then how you built around it with the other facilities.
Sure. So we did not own our arena when we were in Oakland. So we used an Oakland arena space and we were there with the team, but our ownership is an incredible group of people who wanted only the very best. And we knew that we wanted to have our own space and our own arena. So we, of course, searched for the right place, and where we found that and discovered it was in San Francisco. And Mission Bay is a neighborhood within the space of San Francisco that really, it was just land. It was really, truly not maximized with the views that it offers. And so it was a vision of our ownership group to develop something personally funded so that we were able to offer something new and different and available for everyone to very easily. So it took some time, but the building itself was built with less than 3 years. I mean, we went pretty quickly once everything got off the ground. And until now, I mean, this year we have opened and have access to a park right across the street. We're thinking about ways to connect the spaces we already have. And so it's about making sure that the community continues to discover Mission Bay in this new way with Chase Center. So we talk about all of the signage that gets us there, but also making it very easy to get there. And so having improvements like bikes and public transit, and of course there is parking. Hopefully you're carpooling, right? But to be able to get there and be there, we have made a space just for us in this way. And now with the Valkyries team, which of course we're home to as well, it engages new fans and our returning fans who appreciate the arena for what it is. Every event that we have there is an opportunity for us to invite more fans and to create true community there at Chase Center. So yeah, absolutely.
So if you show a little more passion for sustainability, I think you'll do better in life. So let's talk kind of non-sustainability. You're a fan too, right?
Absolutely.
So tell us about your favorite venue, favorite concert you've had in your span of your career there, and then your favorite memory of a game.
There are so many events, but I will say that anything that my kids can participate, because they're who drive my event time, to say, oh, I can't believe so-and-so is going to be there. But to have been there with Metallica opening the venue with the symphony, the San Francisco Symphony, was beautiful and nothing like I've ever heard. And I'm a big fan of Metallica, but to have seen them in that space in this way, truly remarkable for us. And that is a concert that stays with me because it was one of the times that I paused and said, I cannot believe I work here.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
To be able to be there as well. But for games, I know, of course, winning the championship and getting to walk the parade with my children, I think those are the small moments where they say, my mom kind of cool here. Like, I didn't know that we could do this. And that for me, of course, is one of the areas that I look forward to sharing with them, because that's what it's about. And of course, this is Valkyrie's inaugural season. So to be able to have women athletes playing, making it to the playoffs this year in their inaugural year is unprecedented, and so proud to be a part of that. And so, yeah, absolutely. I think about all of our events and what we still have to bring. We want to be busy every single day of the year. We have a large Christmas tree around Christmas time, and we offer, Thrill-O-Ween, and we try to do everything for people to be there, not only if they're inside, but on the outside, enjoying it.
Great. Well, thank you so much for coming to see us in New York, and it's been a great time visiting with you.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Thank you for joining.
All right, everyone. We're now moving on to another tech talk, which will explore the topic of digital public infrastructure. So I'm very pleased to welcome here to the stage Mr. Guyan Paris, who's the head of data and technology at the United Nations Development Program. So please join me in welcoming him to the floor. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Okay, perfect. This is perfect. Colleagues, it's a pleasure to be with you here today. It's my third time, and organizers, Global Blockchain Business Council, thank you for having me once again here. Now, let me first explain what UN does in this space. To do that, let me first explain my organization, UN Development Program, United Nations Development Program, commonly known as UNDP. Now, back in the days, in early 2000 and even before that, we had a practice called ICT for development. So we were involved with countries in building their ICT infrastructure, and sometimes very rudimentary things like simply creating email addresses for ministers. But that has evolved into more mature digital development. And what happened with COVID was we see this massive acceleration of digital systems, from healthcare systems to education systems for kids. And I've seen all sorts, sometimes without any safeguards at all. But I have seen a lot in many, many countries. But it has been deployed in silos because it was the technology first approach. Okay, let's bring in technology and fix that problem. And that has created many problems down the line. The same health system that people have been using when they need to use something for their social protection system, they need to create yet another ID, give the data again. And for a transportation system, do it again. Then imagine if a local innovator or a local NGO wants to provide healthcare in a certain province, they need to go and collect the data again, because none of these systems were talking to each other. None of these systems were part of a national strategy. None of these systems are built with interoperability in mind. And that is where UNDP comes in. We have a very broad mandate. We work in all of the areas, prosperity to governance, to crisis response, to a healthy planet. And that is accelerated by the digital work that we do with the gender equality and also financing work that we do in countries. We come in at a layer called DPI. Now, how many of you have heard about the term DPI? Fantastic. So the term digital public infrastructure, DPI, didn't exist before the last G20 under India's presidency. All these underlying systems that is needed to talk to each other, I'm talking about digital legal ID systems, digital payment systems, data exchanges, and most importantly, the policy and regulation layer that is needed for that. That whole ecosystem is called digital public infrastructure, not just the physical infrastructure, but what is needed at the policy and regulation level. Because of UNDP's broad mandate, because we are across many thematic areas, sometimes the request originates from the Ministry of Transportation. Let's do a digital system for transportation. But we are able to tie it to national priorities, bring it all the way up to the highest level of a government, and be that part of a national digital strategy or national AI strategy, which I will come to. So it is not a siloed initiative anymore, and it is done not by the government, with the right partners involved. So it is a partnership really. And this is where we come in as UNDP. We are not a technology agency. We partner with ITU, International Telecommunications Union, on the infrastructure side of it. And there are people like UNICC in the room who would come in with technology. We are at that policy and strategy level. We operate there. Now, UNDP has ground presence. We serve over 190 countries, and we have boots on the ground in over 170 countries. So if you're working in any country, the chances are we are there. So in DPI, what are the challenges that we face? First of all, the mindset shift from applying a technology solution to something to have that holistic approach of building the underlying infrastructure that is needed. Think about this as the electricity system or the railroad system or the roads, right? Now, think about the innovations that followed because you had that infrastructure in place. But here's the thing. You needed that light bulb to show the importance of electricity. So this is a paradox as well. I talk about solutions, but needing to build infrastructure, but also you need the solutions as well. Otherwise, people don't see the value of building the underlying infrastructure. But that mindset needs to be shifted at the very highest level of governments. Then also the funding and financing mechanisms. They were targeted towards building solutions, and which is connected to the third challenge we face, which is the immediate ROI people are looking for. The funding and the financing is targeted because that gives immediate visibility. These solutions brings that immediate visibility, but in order to be really catalytic, some of the funding needs to be rechanneled, financing needs to be rechanneled to build the underlying infrastructure, the digital public infrastructure. And only when you do that is you get the catalytic impact of your investments or even your solutions that you're deploying. So UNDP has what we call a whole of society approach. I said it's earlier government thinking is we need to innovate. No, you create the enabling ecosystem, build the infrastructure, build people's capacity to understand digital, build the regulatory and the policy frameworks, work with the business ecosystem. And that's when the whole of society approach, as we call it, but put inclusion and people's right at the center of it. Because at the end of the day, it is the people that should see the tangible benefits of what you're doing. Because yes, you will have the short-term ROI of a solution, but the real return on investment here is trust, accountability, and the resilience you build into the underlying infrastructure. Trust is not just a feature in this, it is the operating system on which everything else is built. We work in all the developing countries, and trust in the government, trust in the institutions. This is a common problem, and that is what blockchain can bring. So going into AI, we obviously, I'm not going to talk about the use cases of AI I've seen from AI helping land registries, blockchain-based land registries, to digital ID systems, to identifying patterns when it comes to fraud detection, to helping farmers in remote villages to understand things in their local language. So there are multiple ways AI can help. And also I've seen very innovative financing models as well, where sometimes government comes in to de-risk private sector investments coming into AI as well. So we call it blended financing. But where, once again, UNDP comes in is having those national AI strategies. We recently opened a center in Rome with Italian G7 presidency to focus in building green computing in countries, focus in connecting local innovators with the global ecosystem, and also building, accelerating local languages, digitization of that, and also building trust and safety frameworks in countries. So a lot of work is happening in this area as well. And if you are in a country somewhere, like I said, if you're working in a country, you can go to UNDP. There will be a digital person or a digital focal point in UNDP that can actually, because we know the country context, we know the local context, we know the right people to talk to, we know the right doors to open for you, and we know the right people to bring to the table. Like I said, this is not something that the government alone can do. if we are to achieve the sustainable development goals, and if technology is accelerating that, if digital can help that, if blockchain is helping that, the only way to do this is through innovative partnerships. And for that, you need everyone at the table, including your beneficiaries as well, because people tend to take ownership of what they help create. Otherwise, it is yet another system coming from the government, which they don't have trust in. So let UNDP help you in that area, because, and sometimes in my personal experience, when we go to a country and convene these different stakeholders, it is the first time, even within the government, two people are talking to each other. You naturally assume, oh, the health ministry and planning ministry, they must be talking. No. Even they don't talk to each other. So bringing these people together, having these innovative partnerships, and thinking about the underlying infrastructure is the only way where we can build sustainable and resilient systems. And that is the only way we can earn the trust of people and let people take the ownership of their systems, because that is where I think the sustainability of blockchain lies as well, which will help us move the needle from just doing pilots in countries to building sustainable digital ecosystems. Thank you very much, everyone.
We'll be waiting for them. Yeah. So we're about to start with our next panel. We'll just wait a couple of minutes temporarily to allow all the speakers to be joining the room. Thank you all very much. I think we're now ready to start our next panel. What better topic than transforming climate accountability during the Climate Week of the United Nations General Assembly, as well as the High Level Week. So I'm very pleased to introduce this distinguished panel moderated by Stephen Haft, the head of Global Partnerships and Climate Lead at Consensus. This topic will obviously address several sustainable development goals, starting with SDG 6 on clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, number 7, life below water, 14, and life on land, 15. But we all know how climate really is really at the heart of many of the sustainable development goals of the United Nations. So I'm pleased to welcome also the panel made up of Mr. David Fortson of Reagan Network Development, Xiao Chen Zhang of AI 2030, as well as Karen Hardy of Nature Wired. Please join me in welcoming the team to the podium. Thank you.
Welcome. I'm Stephen Haft. I am both the climate lead and head of partnerships for Consensus. Consensus, as you may know, was founded by Joe Lubin, a co-founder of Ethereum, and we have played a role in the greening of Ethereum, which took place during the so-called merge from proof of work to proof of stake in 2022. I'm pleased to be up here with my fellow panelists, Xiaochen, David, and Karen. David, old friend, and this is a nice gathering that we've had a chance to kind of catch up with each other who work full-time in this space. So with that, I'd like to start with introductions. I've made mine. Xiaochen, you're up.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, everyone. My name is Xiaochen Zhang, and currently I lead AI 2030, and I always enjoy GBBC event. It's like a family reunion and many familiar faces. And as AI 2030, and our main mission is to mainstream responsible research, development, and use of artificial intelligence. And from this topic specifically, and it's part of our AI for impact related work. And definitely that's blockchain, AI, and all that. Both are the problem and also the solution to climate, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
David?
Great. Thanks for having us, Stephen, and GBBC. Appreciate you gathering us. I'm Dave Fortson. I'm the COO of Regen Network Development. We offer advisory and software for the origination and management of ecological assets at scale. So we've been in the space since 2021 or so. Have our own.
The OGs.
We are some OGs in tokenizing natural capital assets and working with from the soil to the community to the code.
Karen.
Hi, everyone. I'm Karen Hardy. I'm the founder of Nature Wired. I came from 20 plus years in corporations in marketing and product management leadership positions. And I saw a need for attracting corporations to nature-based projects like reforestation, mangrove restoration. And investments today are quite siloed, and the opportunity is to bring in employees into that engagement as well as customers as well.
I've been working in the climate space for several decades, as Sandra and a few others know. But in the yesterday, today, and tomorrow of it, I think there's such a remarkable situation we find ourselves in today. I mean, we are meeting, as our host said, in introducing the panel, during UN Climate Week. This is a remarkable, we who've been here year after year after year, this is what, the 8th year of the GBBC, we've been here year after year. There was a time this was UN Climate Week. It was a big deal. It's still a big deal. It's a bigger deal than ever, but we're being asked to hush it up a bit. And so in the yesterday, today, and tomorrow, that's the today of it all. I don't think we should spend too much time on it, except it will be a factor in everything we're talking about. The efforts that that Regen, for example, is undertaking all over the world, and they are really the OGs in the space. But when I said to David just before we went on, are you finding off-takers for some of this work? It's tough. Yeah. Karen and I, similar conversation. Are you finding off-takers? So the green, we are meeting at a time of this green hush, which one has to, without being daunted by it, nevertheless find a way to work through it and around it where necessary. And that's what we're all dealing with. And then, of course, there's Xiaochen. There's the future. This is not just an address, perhaps, to climate issues that can integrate AI to make bring down the cost basis of climate mitigation, make it more efficient through the use of AI. But AI itself is looming as the single biggest addition, not just an addition, but it will occupy probably the single largest or second largest category of energy consumption in the world in a matter of just a few years. So it is on both the what we might consider the problem side and the solution side. We're hoping to use this panel to elaborate around these topics. And if you don't mind, David, because you are really, you have been a leader in this space for several years now, and prominently on the subject of blockchain and climate. I mean, really the leader in many ways. Give us a picture of today before we jump to tomorrow.
Yeah, fair. Today, thank you. Today, blockchain and climate. I think there's broad recognition in order to stand up the next generation of ecological asset markets that you need the radical transparency and auditability to bring trust, right? To be able to understand who's making what claim and where the funds are flowing, what is the methodology underwriting the assets, and how to be able to design the right relationship between project stewards on the ground and the capital interests in the global north often. So I think today the tools exist. There's market validation, not at the scale that we love to see, but we have plenty of market validation. And while I think the legacy ecological asset markets are still viewing tokenized natural capital assets with a little bit of a side eye, as my daughter would say, they are all moving that way, right? As we're seeing institutional Bitcoin adoption and TradFi moving quickly into cryptocurrencies, there's a downstream effect of, we can now communicate a little bit more clearly about the importance of blockchain and standing up this new wave of nature-based capital markets. So feels like we're in an exciting time, but as with the winds, the political winds and how they're shifting, certainly domestically here in the United States, I think we're having some challenges. But just to be clear, the world isn't sitting back waiting either, right? Nature is coming onto the balance sheet because it has to. Sovereign wealth funds are existing. Their exposure to a number of traditional assets that we're all familiar with and are finding radical risk and downside. And that is because nature has not been on the balance sheet. Therefore, our economic models are fundamentally failing. So as much as we can, as a blockchain community, provide legibility to ecological health, radical transparency, auditability, and the ability to design the right relationships and governance structures between land stewards and capital, the faster and the stronger, more durable the relationships will be to be able to withstand political turmoil or the coming climate crisis.
Well, before we get, and I'd like to turn to Xiaochen in just a minute, but David mentions Bitcoin, and it reminds me that for a number of us in this room, and I can see Sandra off to the right, and David, of course, we have been meeting with the UN, doing pilots with the UN for, I think, probably about 6 years now, quite actively. But in the beginning, the UN rightly took an interesting position, the position they had to take. Blockchain is a brown tech. Why are we getting a brown tech involved in solving everybody else's brown problem while it still can't solve its problem? But something changed. Something changed in a profound way in 2022. And I think all of us in this room who are part of GBBC need to be quite cognizant of this fact. We've gone to the other side completely. That in 2022, with the transition of Ethereum, which is the great bulk of all blockchain transactions across the world, Ethereum dropped 99.92% is the actual number as measured by Cambridge University of its carbon footprint overnight. In the history, and as a few of you know, I've been in this for a while, in the long history of environmental mitigation, I don't believe there is a single line of business or corporate who has dropped 59, 49, 39% of its actual, a business at scale, global scale, $400 billion global scale business that dropped any appreciable percentage of its carbon footprint, except Ethereum, and did it overnight. And we all should feel like we're now walking into the room stronger in making our case for that. But now my friend to the right here, Xiao Chen, finds himself exactly where we were a few years ago. He walks into the room on behalf of AI. Like blockchain, as David points out, blockchain is a solution. It was also part of the problem. Speaking on behalf of AI, please, Xiao Chen, tell me how you're finding the reception for AI as a climate solution, and as best and as openly as you can, because it would be nice to sidestep the environmental thing and say, yes, but we really are a great solution. We all went through that phase. Blockchain, it was, is, and remains a terrific tool on the solution side, as is AI, maybe vastly more so, but also a problem of a rather extreme nature. So please tell us how you're finding your reception and how you're navigating that.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. And so this is blockchain event. So that first from the blockchain side, I remember, to 2017 when I first worked with a few organizations on the Hack for Climate. That was the first time that we brought over 100 of hackers to COP. I forgot which COP was that. And then they were just basically building blockchain-based solution for climate mitigation, and that was supported by UN as a part of the UN COP process. And at that time, I was having conversation with many of the miners, especially Bitcoin miners, and about their carbon footprint. They thought that I was crazy. And so, why do we as a Bitcoin mining facility care about this? And after, you can really see year after year, this mindset change. The change, number one, I would see is from the professionals. Many more, blockchain company from mining side started hiring climate or sustainability related leaders. Then, like, for example, you yourself, right? And when if Ethereum don't have you, potentially that process may be delayed. But with the right folks in the room, and then to push for that agenda, educate the founders, and then that itself becoming very important. The second thing I think what happened for blockchain for climate, that whole mindset change is about data. When at that time that when I was communicating with the blockchain company or Bitcoin company miners, and it is very difficult for them to just give them the right data set, say I don't know my carbon footprint for my facility. And after that, I joined the Amazon AWS for a few years. And there that's, if your infrastructure provider doesn't really help you or don't have that data set to tell you your carbon footprint, and then you can only just, from the category 3, and you only just know a little bit of your carbon footprint. You really cannot just, calculate the full carbon footprint. So next, part which make that happen is really the data availability. So from the infrastructure, from your, the internal methodology and all that, allow Bitcoin company to just, make the business case, say that by doing this, and then I can just, make this kind of impact. So that is the second part. The third part, which is also important to make this transaction, is really the international, all the maturity from the blockchain industry, where meaning that if the institutional investors or enterprise don't enter into this business, and this will not change. But because, for example, if you are Grayscale or if you are, large asset managers, you have your ESG reporting, requirement. So then naturally now that your assets, crypto becoming asset class that you are operating, and then you as the provider and, to those institutional providers, definitely you need to give that data set. So the market is driving that. And bring that back to, AI side, that's interestingly, that, when you just look at the AI's carbon footprint for climate carbon footprint, and you're probably just really looking at a few larger organizations from beginning. They occupy really the largest amount from the, AI-driven, like AI model training related carbon footprint. they already have an established team, and where that's who are really very well known to, the sustainability experts who have been trained with the methodology and everything. And the reason why, that itself is not happening quickly, and we still see this, is because of this, nobody, just a few years ago, nobody will forecast it like this, where that's, large language model becoming, taking market like this, the growth like this, and also the expansion to, this is, again, go back to the mentality, where that's bigger is better. That's the mentality for the AI industry, where that's everyone compete for a bigger model. Bigger model, what does it mean by bigger model? Where that's you need to train more parameters. And then so we, just did MIT and many other organizations did great research. And when you just look at a bigger model and a smaller model, and you're looking at a few factors. Number one is how many parameters you are training your model. And, from the bigger is equal to better, and all obvious performance rely on the parameters, and meaning that you train more parameters and your model potentially can perform better. But that trend has been just really, have been impacted by some of the, latest advancement by, have a smaller, the more domain-based smaller models, meaning that, for specific task, we train specific large language model, and then that can deliver specific result. Can just, have equal performance or even better performance, but, many, not, for example, for the largest one, you just have like 8 billion, 100 billion of parameters. For the domain specific, the large model, you can just have like 1 billion. That can be just changing dramatically of your carbon footprint. And then when you look at, for each search, and, there are also other great research that have compared that. If you just the same search, if you just go through a large language model, like big one, and then the carbon footprint of that one search to achieve that result, and that will be like 10 times, even some of them 100 times of those domain specific related model. So from that you can see that makes a smaller model which perform as good as the bigger one definitely is a trend. But before a small model can perform the same, and then this bigger equal to better, and that mentality was driving the whole industry. And then the sustainability folks, no matter what story you want to tell, the business will not agree with you. You cannot mainstream that message because there's a core competition the companies asking for or need to achieve. The second part, the other part of the story is really around the solutioning part. And everyone now, all of us, I can claim in this room potentially, every one of us are, using some sort of Gen AI and we all know that it brings benefit. And no matter what that benefit you feel, but there's specific benefit. When we come to the climate-related AI benefit is really, if you just look at the publication, I used to work for World Bank and also UN as well before that, we have many of the reports have, the same conclusion. If we just, can make those solutions commercially viable without any new solution to be invented, and we can really just address the climate problem as of now. The reason why we cannot achieve that is because those solutions are still not commercially viable. And why? Because they are too expensive. They're expensive in many ways. And some are the operational costs. Others because of the climate-related project have long, very specific, unique challenge. And many of those challenge and cost-related part can be potentially addressed by AI. And with AI to reducing cost for climate-related solution, and that naturally can drive down the pricing of carbon credits or other climate-related benefits. That itself, no matter is the market-driven benefits, or it can be social benefits, or it can be the carbon financing related benefits. All those benefits can potentially, number one, drive more new additional financing into that. And number two, and make each project financially viable. And that itself can just really provide incentive for project owners to develop more projects. Number three, and then those benefits could potentially go to the final beneficiaries. Beneficiary can just induce those behavioral change. That all can drive into potential climate-related impact.
Oh, thanks very much, Xiaochen. And it's interesting, I think David would join me because we remember the similar days in the blockchain trajectory. I think you're beginning to define solutions for the breadth of the AI impact on climate and emissions. What needs to follow is a consciousness of the need to do so. This consciousness certainly took root in the Ethereum community. Not clear yet where the Bitcoin community will net out on this, but it remains a terrifically important issue for blockchain broadly as an industry. However, where we find ourselves now is a place at which even having these conversations is more challenged than ever. And Karen probably is on the leading, if not bleeding edge of that today, because corporates are being, there is a kind of climate hushing, green hushing going on. And that must make your job in dealing with brands and climates much more challenging. How are you finding this environment impacting the launch of your company?
Sure, I'll add a little bit to this conversation. So, I mean, climate accountability is pledges with verifiable outcomes. And I think you'll agree, Dave, less than 5% of nature-based projects have the investments from the private sector, from corporations. The opportunity with digitization is in the past going from project developer right through to buyer has been a very manual process. Lots of PDFs, lots of stakeholders involved, and verification having to take place. Bringing in the ability to digitize allows for much richer data to be auditable. And when I look at the opportunity within a corporation today, one of the challenges is I need to be confident in the investments I'm making, and I need to support the compliance that I'm looking for in terms of my offsetting. Now, if we can change the conversation and look outside of sustainability, look at marketing and look at HR, there's a different conversation that we can start to obtain. One, HR is challenged with their employees who are saying, there is this climate crisis happening. How can I get involved? What is my company doing about it? And then secondly, on the marketing side, there's PR and storytelling. So if I look at the auditability of blockchain, you're getting the data. You're bringing in employees to vote on projects and allow those projects to have updates. So you're getting participation from employees and from other stakeholders as well. And then you're getting the equity. So there's a shareable in terms of the information that's going out. So the communities down on the ground can actually advise the sorts of investments that are needed. The employees in the corporation can vote. So we're changing the conversation, and I think that's where it's not just about sustainability anymore and the sustainability leaders, it's other participants within the leadership team.
So in the last 5 minutes, if I may, as moderator here, ask the three of you, please, let's look on it's easy to see how slippery the slope is toward things getting worse over the next year. However, what I'd like the three of you to do, as we're sort of sending people off maybe in a slightly better mood, is where do you see the good news coming from? However narrow the set of circumstances it might take to get to this good news, please be imaginative. Where can you see the good news coming in the next year in your space with regard to recognition by your industry that they have a responsibility as stewards of perhaps future computing, but also stewards of the planet? David, Karen, same for both of you. And let me start with you, David, if you don't mind.
Good news for us. What I think it should be exciting is we're working with the Amazon Sacred Headwaters Alliance to bring 20 million hectares, indigenous-led, designed natural capital assets that provide funding for their Plan de Vida, their life plan, as well as conservation of major species and ancestral-led forest stewardship. So this is going to be a great combination of blockchain, of on-the-ground governance design and process led by indigenous communities, and a way to meet capital on the right terms. Indigenous design, controlled, and a way to bring long-term conservation to the Amazon headwaters and do it in a way that that recognizes the wisdom and the long-time stewardship of these lands by the people on the ground. So that's a little piece of hope for you on your way out.
Nicely done, by the way.
Yeah, from my side, that to make this happen, at least the three levels need to happen. One is from policy, and it's great that we see EU AI Act included some voluntary reporting related requirements for their climate-related impact. So that is the great first step there. That's the company enterprise get a signal, and although it's not compulsory, but it's a signal. It's very similar to all the climate related. First is the policy. The second part is that from methodology, and when you just report, how to report and what to report and what are methodology. We're working with sustainable IT, and then they sustainable IT have a lot of great group of companies and expertise, and also GBBC also have a lot of work on this. And from the how to reporting that is the methodology side. The third is that after you have the data, and then we have AI 2030, we call it responsible AI pledge, and those are voluntary, asking the corporate to just pledge. And on 6 pillars, make your AI transparent, accountable, fair, safe, secure, sustainable, and privacy preserved. So from the sustainability side, that we'll ask the company to voluntarily to reporting based on the methodology, and then to comply with the EU AI Act. And then from there, we can see that how that can just bring signal to the broader industry globally.
Thank you, Xiaoqun. Karen, take us home.
Sure. Good news for us is we've built an engagement platform, and we're tapping into the Guardian ecosystem using the Hedera Guardian. This provides the end-to-end in terms of tokenization and digitization, so we can actually search for verified projects and make those available in our platform. I also want to mention that I work on the task team with Jackson, and we've just announced the 3.0 of the DMRV framework. This provides the standards and protocols. It's the deep level in terms of how this is provided. And it also provides the standardization and complementary role for areas like CDOP, ICVCM. It has very complementary plays. So I encourage you to scan your QR code that's on the back of your badge, and it's out for feedback and public comment.
The first news, the draft of the GBBC's brilliant DMRVA work was released today. Karen's drawn your attention to it. Please, when you leave here, check it out, because over the next year, we're going to hear a lot about it. It's in a critically important area of where blockchain meets climate. All I would like to say to sum up is climate knows climate's not a hoax, and it will find a way to remind us. I wouldn't worry too much about news cycles. Take care.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
All right, thank you all very much. Our next panel is focused on another very important topic that is really underlying all our discussions here today, which is how blockchain can be a force for good. On blockchain for humanity, solving real-world problems, addressing several SDGs and somehow referring to some of them. SDG 2 on zero hunger, SDG 9 on industry, innovation and infrastructure, and SDG 13 on climate change. I'm very pleased to introduce the moderator of this panel, Diana Barrero-Zales, the head of GSMI and research at GBBC, who's also joined by a distinguished panel of speakers, including Jonathan Perry of Ripple, and also Malta Belcher, the president and chair of the Filecoin Foundation, as well as Cecilia Kushner, the chief strategy officer of the New York City Economic Development Corporation. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Well, wonderful. Thank you all for coming, and thank you to our panelists. I am extremely excited to be talking about a topic for blockchain technology that intersects so many aspects of life, to the point where we can say blockchain technology can transform human civilization and the human experience of the future. And that touches each and every one of us. And it's already here. Blockchain technology possessing a vast potential to really transform economic, environmental, and social and humanitarian solutions. It's facilitating transparent data exchange, creating efficiencies for public services, and blockchain solutions are also creating a much safer and accessible financial environment for all of us. We're here to highlight some of the most promising solutions being built with our three panelists, and alongside the importance of cross-sector collaboration to benefit communities and worldwide. So I'm Diana, I run research at GBBC, and I will call on the panelists to introduce yourselves briefly. And tell us something that you're more excited about on what you're working on, and then we will delve into blockchain and the human experience and specific examples. So I'll start with John right next to me.
Well, thank you, and hello everybody. Thanks for being here. I'm Jonathan Perry, and I'm the Director of Social Impact at Ripple. For those of you who aren't familiar with us, we are a financial technology company that offers enterprise blockchain solutions for businesses, including payments, custody, and stablecoin. I get to manage a number of our philanthropic initiatives and our social impact programs, which includes partnerships with nonprofit organizations, academic partners, and where we can fund, learn, and apply blockchain for good in use cases like financial inclusion, which is one of the pillars of our social impact work. So really excited to be here and excited to talk primarily about stablecoins and some of the applications that we are seeing them be used for good.
Now, Cecilia.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cecilia Kushner. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at the New York City Economic Development Corporation. We're the economic development arm of the City of New York. So we manage 65 million square feet of real estate on behalf of the city, and then we use this revenue to invest in the economy. Our priorities are diversifying the city's economy, and so much of this diversification has happened through tech over the last 15 years. So we were very interested in bringing any subsector of tech into New York City because we believe this is where innovation actually collides with markets and will build problems. And we're very excited about the potential of blockchain on energy, as well as community partnerships and community solutions at the local scale.
And Marta.
Hi, everyone. I'm Marta Belcher. I'm the president of the Filecoin Foundation. Filecoin Foundation is the governance body for the Filecoin network. Filecoin uses blockchain technology to create a decentralized file storage network that puts users in control of their own data. One thing I'm really excited about that's relevant to today is the work that Filecoin Foundation has done with GBBC and the UN World Food Program.
Wonderful. So let's delve into this. Stablecoins. Let's start with stablecoins. Stablecoins are increasingly being tested for use in donations and aid distribution to reach the global majority of the world, often with less access to financial services. What are the unique advantages that they bring compared to traditional solutions in traditional financial systems? And what challenges remain in scaling these solutions globally? John.
It's a great question. Thank you. Well, so Ripple, I'll back up a little bit, and Ripple's impact programming, to date, we've now reached around $200 million donated and pledged. A lot of that we have done both in cash and XRP, one of the assets that we leverage, and now RLUSD, which is Ripple's stablecoin, Ripple USD. And for donations, I think what we're seeing in philanthropy is that the primary advantage with a stablecoin is first and foremost speed, and secondly savings, especially with cross-border donations and flows. And then also transparency is pretty significant advantage for, especially when we're talking about aid distributions or NGOs that could really point on a blockchain where the funds that they are using in their programs or that are being donated to them are going. So donating in XRP has been a core part of some of our philanthropic strategy since the beginning of our Ripple Impact initiative, which Ripple Impact is our CSR, corporate social responsibility or social impact programming as a company. But with the launch of our new stablecoin, we have expanded that significantly and much so recently. So this year already we've pledged $50 million largely in RLUSD to education and economic opportunity causes here within the United States. And even within domestic use cases, one of the things that we're seeing is that like near instant transfer and the 24/7 ability to be able to move funds into a wallet for a nonprofit organization that is used to wire donations and transfers is really eye-opening for them, even if it's not a cross-border flow, right? So part of why we're doing some of these are educating more and more, especially larger nonprofit organizations, on how these new financial technologies can help their operations. And it's also, stablecoins are making crypto more accessible for nonprofit organizations that are generally more concerned about more volatile assets, right? So there's a lot of rules in place, and you've got boards of directors that are concerned about holding or managing digital assets that are going to potentially change value rapidly. But when we get into international aid, I think the advantages are so much more significant. Stable coins offer, again, that speed and that transparency. And there's also programmability of stable coins that I think is going to be quite eye-opening for a number of nonprofits that are engaging in humanitarian aid and development work. And once they start to realize that they can really kind of program and customize money in a sense, it opens up a lot of new opportunities. But we've been working with an organization called Mercy Corps Ventures. Maybe some of you have heard of them, but they're the impact investing arm of Mercy Corps. And one of the pilots that we've conducted with them is an anticipatory cash transfer. So using stable coins and smart contracts to deliver funds ahead of a climate shock so that they're reaching the people who are essentially insured by the stablecoin against a drought in this case. And we're in the third phase of this pilot, but in the first phase, we were able to achieve a 75% reduction in the transaction costs and a 90% reduction in the amount of time it took to get funds to those beneficiaries. So some pretty significant potential applications in both financial inclusion, insurance, and humanitarian aid. The last thing I'll just touch on too is just in scalability. I think when we're focusing on that aid solution, there's been, when we're thinking about challenges that we're facing here, there's been a lot of focus on kind of the last mile, and I think there's more opportunity on that middle mile at the moment. So less focus on expecting people who are in poverty or in a crisis situation to be able to accept a stable coin or a digital asset, as helpful as that might be, and more focus on helping large organizations to actually move the funds where they need to in large amounts rapidly. So a new thing that we are doing this year is bringing on some of our nonprofit partners to Ripple Payments and helping them with some of these larger cross-border flows, not just in the humanitarian space, but also in the development space as well. So yeah, a lot of exciting applications.
Yeah, so much opportunity ahead. Moving to Marta, what regulatory, compliance, and institutional infrastructure is needed to integrate decentralized technologies like blockchain into existing systems so that these solutions can take off more easily? And what gaps must be closed for these solutions to truly operate at scale?
Yeah, so, this is something that we've been talking about at, GBBC events for going on a decade at this point. But it's really exciting to be talking about it right now because in the US, we're seeing a lot of momentum around this. So it's a really great moment to be talking about what regulatory pieces need to be in place. So for a long time, there has been sort of regulatory gray area around cryptocurrencies, specifically around whether and under what circumstances they're treated as commodities versus securities, which sounds a little bit niche, but it's actually really critical because if cryptocurrencies are treated in a particular way, then the sort of peer-to-peer and programmable aspects of them that make them so valuable and make it possible to sort of instantly and automatically transfer value across the world just sort of breaks down and doesn't work. And so Oh, absolutely. What a great idea. Thank you for pointing that out. Luckily, I have a loud enough voice, so that's great. But I'm sorry to the people on the live stream. Yeah, I'm sorry to the people on the live stream. So, what's really amazing at this moment in time is that we have market structure legislation, which basically in the United States, which basically clarifies the issue of how cryptocurrencies are treated. We had stablecoin legislation that already has been passed just this year and signed into law, which is a huge step forward. And we also have market structure legislation that has passed the House and is being looked at in the Senate. And that piece, I think, is absolutely critical to get through by the end of this year, specifically because I think this is the year where we really have momentum and we'll lose momentum next year with the midterms. So I really hope that there will be finalized market structure legislation that will really make it possible for cryptocurrencies to kind of deliver on all of the promises that they have.
Wonderful. And moving to a citywide perspective, Cecilia, why is New York City excited about the promise of blockchain applications in their many facets?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, we are the second largest tech hub in the world. And so part of our main interest is to bring all technology to deal with the $9 trillion market that we have here. And so in order for any technology to develop like real life solution and actually grow, one has to be in New York to to use the city as a test bed and to use like the diversity of industries that we have here and the diversity of firms that we have here and the immense talents that we have here, and to make that the playground. And so that is like at a broad scale why we're really interested. We're specifically interested in blockchain because we think it is a way to address issues that otherwise are systemically blocked. So for example, we're very interested in energy resiliency and resiliency of the grid. There's a lot of technology that's being put in place around battery storage or community solar that are really meant to allow community to better control their energy production and their energy structure, and to be able to actually also benefit from the savings that could come from alternative modes of energy. And blockchain can be an enabler for these technologies to actually be more controlled and for the savings associated to also be controlled. So you could imagine like solar panel savings being shared between neighbors around a common set of infrastructure. And so unless we have the financial structure that is safe and can be controlled at a local level to do those types of projects, like we're not going to be able to see the scale that the city thinks will be necessary in order for the grid to be resilient in the decades to come. So we're really interested in how these technologies, an enabler of other technology to respond to very large scale, complex problems where government alone cannot come with a solution.
So a lot of human problems are very complex, global and local problems that involve many facets. We're talking here about energy systems, financial systems, and regulatory systems. If we go deeper into examples, and going back to John, in terms of the future, what are the biggest areas that present opportunities for blockchain to make a meaningful humanitarian impact?
I mean, you know, I mentioned the humanitarian work, and I think that there's a lot of focus and excitement around that space right now, and same with philanthropy. But I do think the big issue area where stablecoins are going to significantly scale up and are already making a difference is going to be around remittances. And, you know, it's a crucial lifeline for hundreds of millions of people. It's connected to, I think, a dozen SDGs, and there's something like close to $1 trillion, dollars in remittances last year, outpacing foreign direct investment and official development assistance. But at the same time, we still have traditional fees that are 6% or more. They can take days to settle. And so these are pretty significant problems, and that's why there is also an SDG goal of reducing the cost of remittances to 3% or under by 2030. This is where I think stablecoins are really going to start to scale up, and you'll start to see them being used by remittance providers in the coming years. We've been sort of actively building some of that payments structure and infrastructure at Ripple through our payments network and our cross-border payments products. And also most recently bringing on and expanding our stablecoin into Africa with 3 really exciting new exchange partners, Chipper Cash, Valor, and Yellow Card, 3 of the largest exchanges on the continent there. And so I'm very excited for where that's going to help at least us in terms of the partnerships that we're developing with different organizations that are addressing remittances and some of those humanitarian issues as well, in terms of off-ramping and providing more access or accessibility to these assets.
Wonderful. Now moving to Marta, as we talk about solutions that impact wide communities, let's go to talk about digital public infrastructure as they intersect with Web3. What is the role of these shared infrastructures for secure and resilient data exchange in specific?
Yeah, absolutely. So, the thing to me that is so cool about cryptocurrency is that it allows you to write computer programs for your money. So for example, you could write a program that says, for every second of a song that I play on my computer, automatically transfer a millionth of a cent to the songwriter. And that actually enables you to do a lot of really cool things that I think are relevant to this space. For Filecoin, what we do is use that programmability to create a decentralized file storage network. So you can think of it like Airbnb, but for file storage. So people can rent out their extra storage space on their computer hardware to other people who pay to store their files using Filecoin. And there's a computer program that says, is that file still being stored? Yes. Great, then transfer, a millionth of a Filecoin, right? And so that can all happen instantly and automatically across the world in a way that isn't possible without cryptocurrency. And that might sound a little bit like a niche use case, but in reality, it's actually a fundamental sort of piece of infrastructure for the next generation of the web, and a web that where people are actually in control of their own data. Specifically today, if you go to any website or you're using your computer, most of the time, in fact, the vast majority of the time, the actual data that you're accessing is being stored by one of three companies: Amazon, Microsoft, or Google. And so that means that we're all living our lives through a handful of corporations, and we have no choice but to trust those corporations with our data. And what we believe is that using decentralized technologies like Filecoin, you can create a better version of the web where people are in control of their own data. And there are already many humanitarian use cases of Filecoin and other decentralized technologies. One example is the work that GBBC and Filecoin Foundation have done with the UN World Food Program. But there are also a bunch of really amazing use cases where, for example, evidence of war crimes in Ukraine has been stored on the Filecoin network, which enables it to be stored in many places across the world, so there isn't a single point of failure where that information can disappear. And you can also cryptographically prove that the information was never tampered with, and that data stored on the Filecoin network has been submitted to the International Criminal Court. There's also, evidence of, genocide survivor testimony, very sensitive climate data that might otherwise, be deleted if there are single points of failure. We've seen a lot of data disappear just in the past year, really important data sets. Those are the kinds of things that you can use these decentralized technologies to store to enable a much more resilient infrastructure that is much better for sort of the future of preserving humanity's most important information.
Wonderful. And moving to Cecilia, a lot of these complex global and local issues that affect all of us require stakeholder collaboration. What to you is the importance of public and private collaborations coming together to advance blockchain solutions for social good, for the common good for all of us?
Yeah, so a lot of what we do at EDC, well, public-private partnership is the core of what we do. Like, we don't believe that you can actually regulate an economy. You need to partner with a lot of the civic society and the private sector to come up with solutions, test them, and bring them to scale and market. So it's a lot of what we are enabling here. On blockchain, a couple of things that the city has done over the last few years that I think are interesting and relevant. The first one is that we changed regulations, so we now have challenge-based procurement. So it used to be that if the city wanted to purchase services, it had to define a very specific scope of work and procure it so a firm could respond specifically to the task that the city was demanding for a specific price. Moving forward, the city will have the ability to say, I have a problem, define the problem really clearly, get companies to propose solutions to the problem, like how they would go about it, without the city defining that. And then the city will be able to have a certain amount of time to pilot these solutions with the companies. And then depending on which one is actually operating at scale, with the speed and the level of partnership that is necessary, then the city will be able to procure directly. So we're creating a regulatory environment for purchasing goods and services that will be a lot more enabling of new technology and ideas, and will remove a little bit of the burden on the city to come up with the perfect solution, and rather ask the market, what have you come up with that like we may not be even aware of, and that could be a novel solution that we can test. So the city has began to do that on the issue of heat pumps for NYCHA, but now is looking at services and technology responses. So I think like that will be a game changer in being able to like scale in a very different way. A lot of what we do also at EDC is making sure that if there is a new technology, any New Yorker has the ability to really engage with it, because we're a firm believer that unless you put this new technology in the hands of like regular people who are not in tech companies, to your point, you will come with different solutions that what has been predetermined. And so about a couple of years ago, we made an investment where we actually bought a node for CUNY in Queens College. And we developed a curriculum with some of the professors there so they can actually play with blockchain. So CUNY students in Queens, local kids, can define what is the solution that I want to see, what is the problem that I want to see, and test it. And that was the first time that the City University of New York actually had access to like the basic infrastructure that would allow people to be able to like engage with blockchain. We also are, as I said, very dedicated to the issue of climate change, where, I mean, New York City is a collection of islands. The level of humidity today is completely insane. So at the end, we will need like the whole of society to come up with solutions. So we are piloting on a number of EDC assets and throughout the entire city. A lot of the companies that come and want to pilot with us are actually pure software, and some of them are blockchain, and trying to understand like how are we using energy, how do you price energy, how do you share energy among assets, how do you share energy between city assets and community stakeholders. And so there's just a lot of ways in which we are trying to learn with humility as to what blockchain or any new technology can bring to city services, but also be the champion for technology to grow and be successful in New York.
This is so incredible. In this conversation, we've already covered so many examples that are transformational for blockchain technology to change the human experience. And we're only scratching the surface. At GBBC, we published, if you might have already heard, a use case handbook where we've covered 101 use cases of blockchain technology across all industries and across all facets of our life. And those are areas where it gets real. And Stuart he has one. He's waving it. I love to see it. So there's so much excitement around it, and there's so much hope and opportunity for our future, and to have a better future where the common good is at the center of innovations. So let's close our discussion in the next 3 minutes that we have with a sentence for each of you. What is your prediction of how humanity will be changed for the better with blockchain technology?
I cannot do that in a sentence. I will do my best. I mean, one of the things that I'll just say is that I think one of the most exciting things about blockchain and blockchains is that they all have their own ecosystems that are creating exciting projects and innovators and new ideas. And I think that that's the most exciting thing that's going to end up contributing in a positive way to this world. Not necessarily a single company or a product, but these ideas that are continuing to take place by piloting and on college campuses, and through emerging market builders who are trying to leverage this technology for real solutions. So that's what I'm most excited about.
I think I'm most excited about the colliding of real issues with the immense possibility of this technology. And I think like we haven't yet seen what it can do because it hasn't been done at a true scale. And I think New York City is the place where you can do that just because of the immense complexity that we are. And I think because we are uniquely urban environments in the nation, a lot of what happens here can also be used and learned in different environments around the world who are equally dense. and complex as we are, which may not be the case in a lot of places in the United States. And so I think like we are a little bit of like that epicenter for the country and for the
case
world.
For
Exactly.
benchmarking for
Yeah,
other people.
Exactly. If it works here, it will work someplace else.
Marta.
I think cryptocurrency does for value what the internet really did for information, which is to say, making it as easy and instantaneous to send value across the world as it is to attach a file to an email. And to me, that's really exciting, and we've only scratched the surface on what possibilities that opens up.
Well, we only have the future to look ahead to. Thank you so much to our three panelists, and thank you to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to do a picture of all the panelists. Let's do a photo. I think it's with this back on.
Everyone, if I may borrow a minute, they're going to take a photo, and then we're going to give out another public service award. So please stay for that. And then Dave Treat will give closing remarks before we go into roundtables.
Thank you.
So, like I said, we have one more public service appreciation award to give out. And I want to thank Paul Thanos. Where are you? There you are. Please come up. I want to thank Paul for the many years he just left the Department of Commerce. How many months ago, Paul? Not even, like a little while ago? March. And I just wanted to relay that Paul has been not only an advocate for digital assets for quite a while, but also he was a friend of GBBC and is still a friend of GBBC. And we want to thank him for the tremendous amount of work, support, and frankly, here you are. And frankly, the kind of interaction relationship building that we love across all of our public sector colleagues and friends. And now that he's now outside of commerce, I hope that we'll be able to continue the collaboration. So Paul, would you like to say a few words?
Well, first, I want to thank Sandra and the GBBC for this award. I was one of many people in the federal government throughout different agencies who embraced this topic about 6-7 years ago. And, you know, from where we were in 2018 until where we are today, obviously, things have changed, I think, to some extent dramatically. It was exciting working on this issue. My team at the Commerce Department during President Biden's executive order on the responsible development of digital assets drafted the report on competitiveness and innovation. And we could not have done that without the input and support from Sandra and her members and her team and a lot of other organizations and groups throughout the ecosystem. So as Marta pointed out earlier, there's a lot happening on the regulatory front in Washington, so stay tuned for the market structure bill. But it's a very exciting moment, and I certainly look forward to working with you all in another capacity in the future. So thank you, Sandra.
Thank you, Paul, and we're not going to let you go too far. So yes, thank you all. And I'm going to hand over to Mirko and get out of the way.
Thank you very much, Sandra. And we are leading towards the end of our program. So I'm honored to be joined here by Dave Treat, who's the Chief Information Officer and Chief Technology Officer at Pearson Education Limited, and also board chair of the GBBC. So he will be sharing some closing reflections and wrap up the day of thoughtful discussions. So I would like to welcome him to the front, and thank you very much for this exciting event. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for being here. It's my privilege and honor as I get to do every once in a while to just give out, so I'm going to start with thank yous. So just thank you to the Joint Staff Pension Fund for hosting us. It's a wonderful venue and your staff's been great, and we just deeply appreciate being able to have the event here. On behalf of the GBBC board, I want to thank all the speakers and the attendees. It's just an amazing day of content and expertise and conversations in the hallway, and that's always the reason to come. And I've just enjoyed every year. A huge thank you to the GBBC staff. You always do a great job. This is always, is always a great experience. And I always feel like I don't do enough for you. So I can't say enough how wonderful you are and how thankful I've been for the years of being part of the GBBC. Now, Sandra whispered to me beforehand, she's like, you might want to explain what Pearson is. Even if you know who we were, if you remember your ninth grade biology textbook and our logo on the bottom of it, we're not that publishing company that you knew in high school. We still publish a few things, but Pearson is our mission is we help people realize the life they imagine through learning. We do that through a lifetime of learning. So we have we support K through 12. We're actually the largest K-12 organization in the country. We support higher education with courseware and curriculum, and we have our fastest growing business as an enterprise. But more and more, it's how do we support learners through the entirety of that journey. One of the things that attracted me to Pearson 14 months ago was that we got a relatively new CEO, a new CEO that was about 6 months in at that point. And Omar called me up and he said, Dave, some of the stuff you've been working on for the past decade, I think is deeply relevant for education and where the whole education industry is going and what we have to fix. And what he was talking about was our stuff. The whole notion, I'd spent a lot of time at Accenture working on the tokenization of identity, money, and objects and wallet infrastructure to enable us to carry ourselves around and prove who we were and be able to unlock opportunities and to move from context to context in a much more seamless way. Well, Pearson has a business called Credly. Anyone heard of Credly? Excellent. Credly is the world's largest issuer of digital credentials. We've issued now, as of last week, we hit 118 million credentials. We are the credential partners for Microsoft and Amazon and 17 of the top 20 tech firms, their tech skills, but it's also SCOF skills. It's also the credential that allows a construction worker to be, to check into the job site. It's the radiologist's, credential that is for their certification. So we're the GMAT, the GED, the MCAT. We basically occupy this really privileged position in people's lives to help them prove what they know and unlock a new experience. And so it's been wonderful. Please, I know I'm speaking to the wrong crew when I say this, but I'm really happy to, after having served almost 3 decades in financial services, to now I usually say repair, but I'll say enhance my soul by being able to help learners in these different contexts. It is tear-jerking when you meet that GED student who has just pulled themselves up out of really rough circumstances to make their lives better, and getting to help with that is great. In that, gosh, it's hard to stand behind for the picture. So in that context, we're here this week representing SDG 4, education, access, improving its access, its quality. Education is due for a massive transformation. We've been stuck in a paradigm of education that is broken. It's a slingshot model that assumes that you go to school, you learn everything you need to learn, and then you're ready for your lifetime of work. And of course, it's never worked that way. And so actually, just show of hands, how many of you are in a job that existed when you graduated from school? Yeah, there's like, a couple. Still learning. Yeah, still, fair enough. But, the half-life of skills is getting dramatically shorter. It used to be measured in, 10 to 15 years. So that's the relevancy of a skill, the lifetime of a particular job. It's dramatically shortening. So all the stress and pressure we're feeling about it, wait 10 days and there's a new AI tool. And you got to figure it out in the context of the businesses or the institutions or the philanthropies, governments that we're working. And so that we deeply believe that the skill to learn is to learn, and learning is the skill. And so that's our focus. And so the bulk of our business is helping people prove what they know. Digital identity, digital credentials, walled infrastructure is central to that, and so eager to work with any and all of this community in a new context, and thrilled to do so. With that, again, I'm just going to put a cap on the day. Sandra and Emma and the whole team, thank you so much for a wonderful day. Thank you all for participating, because it really is the quality of the conversations that happen before, during, and after that makes it special. And there is a post-game show, or maybe I should say, we're going to hold a few people back in the principal's office for a conversation around AI and its impact on the workforce and education. It was originally built as a closed roundtable, but really anyone's welcome to stay and to join. So thank you for being here. Thank you for a great day. Welcome.
Okay, so Dave has generously allowed it to be an open forum-ish. This group will represent what Dave is going to cover, which is obviously the changing nature of work, AI, and education. So if you're interested in that, we have 5 minutes or so. Go get yourself a coffee or water. Come back here if you'd like to stay for that one. We're in the other room, in the conference room. We'll be covering more buy-side challenges, risks, opportunities, as well as points of view from sell side. So that's definitely more of a financial services focused one. It's a good dichotomy from what you'll be covering. All right, so y'all have about 5 minutes. Get yourself some water, and again, come back here if you'd like to do this roundtable.